Hello, good morning to you all. So this morning's discussions will be the end of this year's edition, and today we have a special title for our conversations, and that is the places of invention of the possible. Yesterday, our goal was to understand that resistance can be established in those places that offer us light and air. And of course, those places are those of art and creation, as we are going to see today with the first conversations, then talk, and then another conversation to close the morning. So now I'll give the floor to Anne Prutot and Uria Bentuami so that they can stitch back together what has been torn apart.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to tell you how happy I am to be here again in Sant Lluís. I would like to publicly thank Sandra and her team for making this possible, repairing, restitching what has been torn. This is the topic that was proposed and suggested to us. I mean, this expression is a beautiful one, and it was retaken from this sector of weaving, of fabric making. This expression comes from everyday life. But before I delve into the topic, I would like to contextualize it a little bit. This expression was pronounced by Camus in a text belonging to a collection entitled L'été, Summer, published in 1954. Can you hear? Both the speaker and the interpreter. So here's the sentence in its entirety. We have to sew up to repair what is torn, and following that he says, to make imaginable justice in a world so obviously unjust, meaningful happiness for peoples poisoned by the misfortune of this century. Naturally, this is a superhuman task, but we call superhuman the tasks that men take a long time to accomplish. That is all. End of quote. So the fabric in question is indeed the world, the human beings, mankind, and their concern for justice and happiness. Camus had already written a first version in 1945, which he modified slightly for the 1954 edition. This is a very poetic title, Les Amandiers, the almond trees. So in this short text, which I very much recommend you to read, Camus tells us that every year he waits to contemplate the blossoming of the almond trees. It's worth noting that almond trees are the first ones to blossom in the morning, so every year he marvels at the white flowers that color the Valley of the Consul in Algiers. So this youthful experience strikes him. And we know that the author, Camus, likes to root his positions in a sensitive and specific way. Camus writes as both a thinker and a poet. Thus, we are speaking in this chapter from where the quotation is extracted. So he tackles this passage from winter to spring. Of course, we have all experienced it. How to despair when we contemplate this spectacle of nature at the end of winter. Everything seemed dead, extinguished, motionless, but we see the marvel. We awe at the nature, and which brings back life against all odds. So it's a poetic image that marks our consciousness, our hearts, that is much more explicit than endless developments and explanations. So in this text, we speak about the faith in the forces of the spirits. Camus evokes difficult times, that Europe that is all poisoned in its misfortune. So it's a text with great lucidity, with great clairvoyance. So by rereading it, I see it as a very contemporary text. The cruelty of the 20th century doesn't prevent the 21st century from continuing to make the war, sew up and repair what is torn, make happiness meaningful. This is the first lesson we draw from these almond trees, not to despair. In this text, Camus teaches us not to confuse tragedy with despair. Yesterday, Abderrahman told us that he was unease, but nevertheless he wasn't afraid. He said he's never to be afraid. So there are beautiful developments of the spirit of this heaviness we need to combat, to fight. He encourages us not to feel depressed. Camus exalts the forces of the spirit. He encourages us to roll up our sleeves, to have confidence in the future. And we are speaking about 1954, the beginning of the events in Algeria, and Camus is entangled in a profoundly complex reality and in a rise of violence he cannot stop. This text reflects a tension, another important topic in Camus, a tension between seeing what goes wrong, the tragedy of human condition, and at the same time courage. It is not an ironic or idealized vision of society, but rather highlighting of humanism, a person that believes in the potential of human beings. So what is going to be the artist's way of repairing what is torn? He says it in the that preceding sentence. Our task as men is to find the new formulas that will soothe the infinite anguish of men. The artist, for his part, is the one who is never satisfied with disorder, never satisfied with misfortune, chaos, of the tearing of the world. So in any case, Camus is not satisfied. Of the rock of the absurd, with crashes and denies, beyonds, Camus has an intimate knowledge of this rock, not coming from books. You might know this famous sentence by Camus. He says, yes, there is beauty, and there is the humiliated. Whatever the difficulties of the enterprise, of the endeavor, I would like never to be unfaithful, neither to the one nor the others. End of quote. So from the very beginning, we have a conception of writing that is indissociable. It cannot be separated from the human condition, from pain, from humiliation, and this is present from the very beginning. To claim fidelity to beauty and to the humiliated is to bind forever two absolutely different entities. The modest circumstances of his childhood, compassionate contact with people crushed by life generate this conception, lead way to this conception of art. He writes in a preface to Oscar Wilde, why create if not to give meaning to suffering, even if it means saying that it is unacceptable. Beauty emerges from the rubble of injustice and evil. From the very first pages of his notebooks to the Nobel speech and the conference of Uppsala, we hear a form of gravity where Camus ardently defends his conception of the artist. So he shows that, and this shows that Camusian poetics doesn't separate the gesture of creation, the world, and the pain, sewing up and repairing what has been torn. So we see that he uses this metaphor of the fabric, of weaving, to speak about time or the world. So it's not worthy to see how close the text. The etymology of text comes from Latin. Textus means weaving fabric. So it's interesting to note this proximity between text and fabric. These notions of weaving or shape his works. I'm thinking about the poet Jacotet, also speaking about stitching up. So it seems to me to practice I'm quoting him, a work of repair in all the senses of the word, in all its breadth, as if the singing or poetry could stitch and repair, even if the fabric wouldn't cease to tear all over again. Jacotet, like Camus, envisions repairing as a humble work of mending or stitching that has to be taken up all over again, which entails an ethical and ritual meaning and is close to Sisyphus' endeavor, something that must be tirelessly begun again. I would like to give you an example. I'll provide several of this conception, this understanding of literature as a repairing element. It concerns the play L'État des Sièges that was mentioned by Ms. Fernandez yesterday. This takes place in Spain, a play that wasn't very successful when it was premiered, when it was first published, but it's performed a lot. It speaks about dictatorships, totalitarianism, etc. In fact, Sandra played the role of Victoria in her youth in a production by Michel Barret, which was quoted yesterday. He was a scientific advisor for these Trobades. This play gave rise to a controversy with a French philosopher called Gabriel Marcel. And this man criticized Camus for having set the play in Spain, whereas totalitarian tyranny was more present in Eastern Europe at that time. So Camus defends this initial choice of Spain in a text called Why Spain? So he defends his perspective by referring to the silence of Spain, which, abandoned to Franco, would claim a redress, a repair. This term is really interesting. This is stitching up what's been choice. This symbolic choice of this place for the play is a way of repairing. And Camus adds an important comment. If he says, and I quote, "If I had had more talent, the reparation, the redressing would have been greater." So in this text, then, he explicitly links artist's creation to a form of possible reparation or restoration that it would bring about or engender. Once again, the Camusian formula links aesthetic experience and ethical impact. It is not a question of solving a problem to him, but just the very fact of saying it, of naming it, is healing, has a beneficial power. To speak repairs, writes Camus in The Revolted Man. Ultimately, what torments Camus is the quest for a style, a form, the concern to build a language, to find the right word, is an aesthetic enterprise with an undeniable ethical scope. In his article devoted to Brice Parent on a philosophy of the expression, Camus summarizes the fundamental idea of the philosopher. It's a very well-known sentence by our author that very well represents and shows the topic. To wrongly name an object is to aggravate the misfortune, this word's misfortune. Camus tries to state that there is indeed an effect. We can say that there is a communicating vessels, principle between the world and the experience of language and beauty. This mysterious working or operation by which the literary work tries to be a way to respond to absurd, trying to stitch together what has been torn. Camus sees in the novel the possibility of a creative revolt, and he writes, even if the novel only shows nostalgia, despair, it still creates a form of salvation. To name despair is to go beyond it, to overcome it. One of his works embodies this ambitious project, and in The Plague, Camus says he wants to give form to shape misfortune by naming it. So we have a set of beautiful characters with a strong characterization, which are deployed here and in their way fight against violence represented by the plague. This is the case of Dr. Rieu, and there is another character, much more modest, who devotes himself to the task of writing. And it has no luster at all, but this is the character is called Joseph Grant, is a small office worker. While the play rages, he devotes himself, he's focused on writing his novel. So every time he meets the doctor, he speaks to him about this novel he's writing. So this beginning of the novel he's trying to write is about a horse ride, and he states that he's trying to depict the rhythm he tries to imitate the trotting ride, 1 2 3 1 2 3. So in these passages, not devoid of humor, we see the crazy time he spends choosing between one word or the other. So he's looking for for finding the right word. And while the plague is increasing, so at one point we hear the first sentence, which is quite trivial. But when Dr. Rieu listens to or hears that sentence, he forgets about the noise of the plague. That is, for a second, for a brief moment, he keeps the plague at bay, apart. So it's a very modest person, a modest man who remains in his place and does his job as the other characters. So the figure of the artist is here brought back to an ordinary figure. In the eyes of Rieu, Grant is a hero who forces the admiration by his fidelity to vocation. Our task is to find a few formulae that will repair and stitch up that what is torn. Grant reminds us that there is a nobility, a great nobility in this task of writing, even if its impact is very difficult to measure. Yesterday, we spoke about capillarity. So thinking, when I heard that, I thought of this passage. To conclude, I would like to say that Camus is very well aware of the weight of misfortune on this world, and like the metaphor of sewing, of stitching, I think this task is made at the measure of man. And when I'm thinking about stitching up a dress, it is difficult, even when this repairing, this stitching is very well done. It's really hard not to see, not to find the marks of that tearing of the fabric, to the same extent that the artist, in his act of beauty, of writing, doesn't manage to remove suffering, despite his attempts. So it's a very Camusian verb to find a balance by weighing, by adding up beauty and justice. It's a way to compensate, to counterweight, to counterbalance. Like to maintain that Sisyphus rock in suspension, ready to crash, to fall on human beings. So, of course, we assume that this rock is going to fall again. So the artist tries to push it back, to delay the unavoidable, to make beauty emerge wherever possible. In his gesture, the artist always tries to adopt this tense, complex, and precarious posture, a balance, trying to find balance, because this tearing is always threatening us. I would like to finish by giving a final example that very well illustrates this struggle. I draw it from The First Man. This text was published once Camus had died. It speaks about a game that when Albert Camus was a child, he used to play on windy days. So they climbed onto a terrace. he and his friends, to face that raging nature, the forces of nature, and they used palm leaves. It's a great metaphor. Those children, I'm going to quote Camus, the game consisted of advancing against the wind by raising the palm leaf higher and higher. The winner was the one who could first reach the end of the terrace without the wind snatching the palm from his hands. The one that could remain standing with the palm raised at the end of his arms, his whole body supported on a leg placed in front of him to fight victoriously and as long as possible against the raging force of the winds. This text is accompanied by images of exaltation, of intense fervor, this life force generated by the struggle between the child and the wind. We can imagine their laughter, we see the children laughing, so that game made them stronger, even if that victory was a temporary one. Despite this precariousness of balance, the very struggle against the wind is a source of joy, of happiness. That is why it's worth fighting, keeping on fighting, not despairing, not feeling depressed, even if victory is precarious. So then the artist tries to find a way to repair, to restitch what has been torn. The artist is there to create, to provide light. So it's some light. Yesterday, Pascal talked to us about gardens with those weeds-resistant plants. So they provide some breathing air. So those spaces makes us stronger. That is the way to recover that strength. In the heart, that's in our hearts. It holds upright, like the blossoming of the almond tree, like an ontological truth that the flowers will still be there until the fruit emerges, as Camus wrote. Even though blossoms are precarious, they will stay there until the fruit emerges. That is all. Thank you.
I can. I'd like to start by thanking everyone for this invitation, Sandra, Miguel, Carlos, everyone, the whole team. It is a great pleasure for me to be here and to be able to talk about these things that are torn apart, and also about how we can mend those things that are torn apart and how to live with these scars. And also, as Camus and you yourself said, I'd like to take profit of this opportunity to think from a place in the world, to talk about what is torn, to think about a place that is torn is a method, to think from our places. And I was really marked by Rehab's work, and we think from sensitive ecosystems that make that breathing will have the texture of our environment. In the case of us, Mediterranean environment. So how we dream from ourselves. And I must say that I was really impressed in this work how the Bedouins is a desert that is inhabited by people, by flowers, by animals, and we have this fabric that is created by all those beings, how those plants, animals, and people work together to keep this Sinai desert being a place that can be inhabited. So we have to be always have a place, and there's nothing universal without a situation in the world. There's no proposal for relationship with the world that could not be converted to standardization of ways of living or lifestyles. We can only understand each other from the point of view that it is impossible to translate the different worlds. So there are multiple worlds, and it is biodiversity in the world that the ones that will lead to exportation, traveling, transplantation. So this is why hybrid phenomena will always take place. So in these places, situated places, we will find the possibilities for all living beings to take a rest from the world. As Miguel said, to stop, to escape from harassment. And I'd like to refer to Mahmoud Arish's words, a place. I want a place. I want a place instead of the place, to come back to myself, to put my paper on a harder wood, to write a longer letter, to have a painting on a wall, to put my clothes away, to give you my address, to have a plant grow, to wait for the rain. Those who don't have a place don't have a season. This is a fragment of poem on oblivion. So we have to be included in a universal thing that is singular, particular. So the idea is to find the singularity of a text. So he says, like being able to place a paper on a harder wood, having time to grow a plant, write a longer letter. So it's the possibility of being in the possibility of the living in the face of capitalist policies, and also have time for the seasonality of our own bodies. This is why we see that there's this dictatorship that hamper the exiled people from having a refugee. So avoiding having a place is an obstacle, and making sure that that person will not have a world and a relationship. So having a place for oneself is promoting creation and the stitching out what has been torn apart. So what I'm talking about today here is about the possibility of stitching up the traumatic memories in the post-colonial memories. So if I chose to speak today of post-colonial memories of an object, therefore properly heartbreaking, even though the theme is to stitch together what is torn apart, it is because the tear in question has to do with the aesthetics of politics, or politics in its aesthetic aim. So it's just as if Europe had been built today without the post-colonial history. And this stitching is a poetic gesture. It's the way of telling the history of tearing apart and all the way to the re-stitching up. It's the act of mending in the sense of sewing, and also we want to exhibit the scar. So we need a memory to be able to forget. And in this sense, repairing the injured memories is key. It has a therapeutical impact, but also beauty turned into a work. And we must be forced to remember and see what otherwise would be invisible, and how to change rage into something that will help us avoid oblivion. So I would like to refer to the poet Edouard Glissant's words. Oblivion offends, and memory, when shared, abolishes this offense. Each of us needs the memory of the other, because what is at stake is not a virtue of compassion or charity, but a new lucidity in a process of relationship. And if we want to share the beauty of the world, if we want to stand in solidarity with its suffering, we must learn to remember together. End of the quote. In fact, as historians have taught us, we never really remember alone. Hence the fact that all memory is necessarily collective. It feeds off shared narratives. This is why history and memory proceed in a different way. Historical memory, the one from the big text, is what sets aside, even what neutralizes the emotional charge of the past. To name it with a name that is emptied of any conjuratory force, capable of this objectification of historical affects, that is commemoration. Whereas collective memory is of the order of an insider who does not so much seek to restore the objective truth of the past than to transmit the plot that will make sense for the community. So this affective memory also wants to convey a necessary breathing, to convey the truth of the colonial truth. But it's like making the force, it's the force of reinventing oneself against the naturalization of oppression. To remind what yesterday I said that my father was an immigrant in France and he had a fake ID. He was only 14, so he forged his ID card, and so officially he's 4 years older. So this forgery of our ancestry is an affirmation of the living beings, of all that are fighting against cannibalization. So I believe there's no living without the force of the forgery, to avoid the positivism of saying that the law is the law and there are no other options. So, if it's true that all memory leads us back to our past, we must recognize that it is the characteristic of all memories to be carried by a melancholic haunting, that of the being that we were, of the body that we were, of the place from which we came, that this place is that of internal exiles, political and economic migration. In short, all the departures that carry within them the bitter sensation of an impossible return and an impossible repetition, the impossible war, poverty, rape, terror, impossible return to the origins, impossible coincidence to a matching to a lost identity. When we are in exile, migrant, immigrant in the former imperial metropolis, one slips into the interval between two identities, neither of which can be assumed entirely, at the risk of becoming a stranger to oneself. You become neither really from here nor really from there. But what about those who have not made the journey but who inherit this memory of migration, its own violence, but also its resistance deployed to the crushing of its being, this culture of resistance? So there's this legacy of migration, and this is also related to Frantz Fanon, so someone also adopted by the Mediterranean who was original from the Caribbean, and with dark skin, and he said, make sure, God, that I will always question everything. What about the memory of the working bodies of our parents, the fallen, shameful bodies of our brothers and sisters forced to the indignity of a life on the margins? But what about the memory of the dignities found and the struggles for liberation? Gandhi said that history as a scientific discipline was biased in that we only made the history of triumphant ruptures, especially warmongering ruptures, belligerent ones, and in fact there is no history of peace. But one could answer back to him that in reality, even in the history of wars, one does not make the history of defeats stricto sensu, but even less of the vanquished, but the defeated of the history are not vanquished of memory, at least to a certain extent. Normally, to be able to archive and have the right to tell the story, you need external observable traces. You must have been able to accumulate documentary evidence. However, one of the painful experiences of migrants is precisely that of the loss of documents during forced journeys, which causes them many administrative problems. But even if the documents of civil status, citizenship, and nationality were saved from the various hasty departures, they would not say much about the intimate resonance of these experiences and the feeling of the loss of the self, as it is a loss of a common world, of a community of meaning. What I lose when I leave is the whole of what that for me made sense, and in which my gestures and my words, my images made sense. The sociologist Abdelmalek Sayed said that the language and the culture of the immigrant are powerless, neither over the world in which we live, nor over the realities with which we live, nor over the men among whom we live. Language, culture, memory are disqualified because they are the language, the culture, the memory of socially disqualified individuals. It is a whole culture. This is still the quote from his works. It is a whole culture dissociated from its native land, its actual conditions, its area of realization, which is reduced to a few elements of itself. For example, cooking. Hence is certainly the difficulty for subsequent generations to recognize themselves in these scattered pieces of deteriorized culture. But we must recognize that a creolization has taken place. The French language has been enriched, for example, by other languages, accents, cultural references from the former colonies, and vice versa. Because there are many traces, archives that tell the memory, the recollection, but a recollection that is creation, and which is constituted by all these scattered remains that will make the density of a life necessarily fragmented and creolized. These archives will be multiple, those of music, cooking, clothing uses, religious rituals, etc. Then certainly they will be heterogeneous, scattered, decontextualized, every contradicted by the daily reality that makes them feel vanity, either as anachronism, gratuities, manifestations are all symbolic. These few crumbs are a priori the opposite of culture, which is totality, coherence, harmony, integration. But in children from immigration or descendant of slavery, a new contemporaneity of these cultures is emerging. We start rediscovering music again, the songs of our parents, their struggle to, and therefore all their memories. We come out of the shame of ourselves and our family, and we finally recognize that our parents have a culture, even though many of them did not have the privilege of education. This memory will be inscribed even in the body, which certainly constitutes in its dispositions one of the most implicit narratives of identity, a self-maintenance in time, which was precisely the definition by excellence of identity, according to Ricoeur. Identity being always carried by this deep concern, how to maintain the same identity while changing. And the solution proposed by Ricoeur is that of the narrative, the plot, the time told, the narrative of oneself, allowing to rebuild, to repair the damage of a time that persists in producing absence. What is the setting for immigrant memories and memories of slavery? And above all, can we really be satisfied with the liveliness of the collective memories to make history and be part of the meta-narrative of the nation? This is where the role of art and imagination comes into play, because all memory is also imagination, which does not necessarily mean that it is false, that it tends to disguise. It is simply that the production of images is the way that a thing lasts in absence, but the image itself needs to be visible to all in order to bring an experience or the memory of an experience to the status of historical conditioning. Although it is true that the memory, in official memories, slavery and colonialism has seen as a greater truth, it's more legitimate. But symbolization is also a response to all attempts at a counter-offensive of colonial utopia. It is therefore a question of forcing recognition, not identity, but that of a common world that makes room for human plurality. Could we now see the image I sent to you? I'm thinking about Alexis Peskin's work. I'm thinking about that. If you can have that image, that would be great. Otherwise, you can check it out in the internet. So his work is entitled The Raft of the Medusa, The Return to the Wave. Oh yes, we have that image. So it's part of, it's an excerpt of the installation on the Raft of the Medusa, and it's called also The Return of the Wave. This work, which revolves around the historical and aesthetic significance of the Raft of the Medusa, creates a dialogue between the long memory, that of colonization, since French ship was intended in 1816 to transport colonists to Sant Lluís from Senegal, which had just been returned to France by the British. Another object is to remind us of the current oblivion that strikes the bodies of Africans engulfed by the Mediterranean. These men and women being attracted by a Europe that operates like the Medusa, petrifying all those who look into her eyes. Alexis Peskin thus gives a face to those who do not have the right to the story of their death, and even less of their lives, who are not the subject of any mourning in Europe and any public obituary. And he does this by fashioning gigantic portraits made from crates, carts, and even a fisherman's boat. And every line, every shadow of the face, I don't know if you can really see it here, is drawn with nails, as if to hammer the singularity of a denied biography. The artist thus gives the impression, by this generous occupation of space, both to slow down the duration, to settle in the time of contemplation, that of this rest that migrants are deprived of. And at the same time, this allows them to get out of the zone of non-being into which they are thrown by protectionist migration policies. We have here a plot that joins to the depth of a space the depth of memories put into a dialogue. It gives us the opportunity to remember together and to be present in our post-colonial history, as we find a memory for oblivion. And similarly, we find in the artist Kader Attia this concern for reparation as a conjuration of European ghosts. Repair is no longer being as back, no longer seen as something that must imply a return to an identical past, but that it can exhibit beauty on the suture, on the scar. So we're trying to find a link in the different ways of weaving from one place to another. Therefore, we see that no one needs to have experienced an event in the first person to remember where colonization, slavery, apartheid, but also still today capitalism are destructive of any relationship by compartmentalizing beings and memories. It is the greatness of art to restore the relationship. It is often forgotten that the words of Glissant's quote are those that recall the need for a memory for forgetting, as Mahmoud Darwish says. Memory is to the letter, the brilliance and the opening of forgetting. It seems to me that there can be reparation and then deletion of the pain of wounds and the feeling of injustice only when the conditions of remembering together are met and when they give us rise to an authentic transformation of the conditions of men and women.
Tu veux que je me mette à côté de toi? Je me mets à côté de toi? Alors juste peut-être pour commencer, parce que finalement on a écrit chacune
Okay,
notre
to start with,
sans vraiment
well, I'll let you know
mais
how
c'est vrai qu'on a
we
toutes les deux
wrote
été
our
profondément
tests.
marquées
Well,
par le
we
travail
worked in isolation at home,
qui a
but
gagné
we are, both of us are deeply engaged, and we were moved by the award winner for this year by Rehab. So I found all the topics we've been raising in these 2 days, the spaces of resistance. So Artemis, those drawings. Also, Pascal told us about weeds, those resistant weeds, the stitching up on all the weaving and redoing and repairing fabrics. And you referred to Jacotet's poet, I wasn't aware about, and it was absolutely suitable and pertinent to show to what extent text is a fabric, a weaving. The same goes for skin. Skin is a support, so this is a bodily sensation. So these are not abstract concepts at all. We talked a lot about AI since yesterday, those new principles and criteria, although there is a counter-criticism in the sense that, or it could become a counter-criticism. So we are providing corporate, this bodily sensation, this body component to art, this physical component, physicality, amid spaces of shadows, of darkness, bodies emerge, this physicality. So ultimately, these are lives that are worth being lived to their full extent. So this, all these topics resonate, those ideas. At some point, you spoke about collective memory, how important it is. Truly, I mentioned the plague, La Peste, a text that became so successful, and especially in recent years, and evokes the challenges we are facing nowadays. There is a small fragment coming at the end of the book where Dr. Rieu is speaking with an older person, and they are just saying that in order to speak about this test, this challenge goes beyond an epidemic. They use it as the term collective struggle. So the society suffered a lot. There were dead people. So this old person, you spoke about commemoration or celebration, or at least, remembering, recalling. Yes, the old person is, laughing. We'll go and eat something. There will be a monument. So it's a witness of that collective experience. So at the end of La Peste, of the plague, Dr. Rieu decides to tell the full story of all those he wants to remember, to pay tribute to. And this is really striking, that narrative, because just at the end we find out that the narrator is Dr. Rieu. For the whole novel, it remains anonymous, it remains unknown, and it's important that we perceive this telling from an anonymous voice. It is absolutely legitimate that Dr. Rieu, a doctor, is the narrator, but the way he expresses himself, we find that concern for the us, for the group, the collective, all citizens. So he wants to give a voice to all of them. So that commemoration, that commemorating, that recalling and remembering, that paying tribute is present throughout the whole work or novel. Rieu speaks about misery, of misfortune. Of course, nobody can help. I mean, nobody can forget that. But despite all darkness, he wants to give some light and keep the dark times at bay, keep them apart by showing some light. So here's the idea of collective memory that can take the shape of a monument or something else. It's a space we can inhabit, we can occupy as a way of commemoration. So telling is about stories about lives, human lives, and of course without that delivery there will be no art. Of course there will be many monuments to dead people, those spaces that are inhabitable. Those spaces that should be constructed are the ones that are fully open, which we can inhabit. If we want to stitch up everything that has been torn apart, if we want to repair those tears, of course, all fabrics are somehow vulnerable and fragile, so we need to be careful and look after those fabrics when we use them, on everyday use. And in the long run, we'll see whether they are resilient and can stand up to the forces of life. So it's about thinking about memory practices that will show something that is really everyday, that has an everyday nature we all recognize with. So reminded us of those fabrics and clothes that are constantly repaired. It's not about building from scratch, but of stitching up, of repairing. So we are speaking about gestures, everyday gestures, the bread and butter of our day. We're speaking about women. I always like to say that Gandhi, for instance, I worked and I studied the non-violence concept a lot in my career. So Gandhi refurbished those traditional weaving systems, obviously going against the industrial concept of manufacturing, of production, and also that Great Britain decided to relocate all those industries, the textile sector. It took all the factories to India. So by applying the British perspective, many of those writings by Gandhi were neglected for years and decades. This is a typically female work, the sewing that became industrialized. So those texts were delocalized for a long time, but we have the duty to recover them because they have a binding effect. Thank you for your choice of text, of passages, because it was very interesting. You also spoke about the importance of having a space to ourselves, of that recovering that sense of belonging. And you used, or you mentioned, you quoted glissant. So that exchange with others, I can, embark myself on that exchange without losing identity. Because that space leaves us or removes the local, and it shouldn't be like that, precisely because I belong here, because I have this identity, I can connect with others, I can bond, establish a bond without losing my very nature. Sometimes we face completely the opposite case. We tend to think that the universal is something that is shared by all of us, that is delocalized, that is getting outside, leaving behind your own identity and space, adopting, a completely neutral space, neglecting the bodies, the physicality. Whereas I think that the universality, the universal factors can only be possible if we are deeply anchored and rooted in the local sphere, in our local or individual identity. There is no type of mystique. There are very traditionalist mystic writers, or Racine, which was, racist, etc. But if we adopt a modality or an option such as glissade, that is more neutral, but is rooted or with rhizomas as roots. It's like bamboo. The bamboo plant. It doesn't have a single vertical root and a wide root, but many small, roots. The capillarity we talked about yesterday. So those rhizomes that enable that development, that anchoring. How can we think about the uniqueness of spaces, that singularity? They cannot be reproduced to the infinite. So there is always this attempt to industrialize culture, to provide, to standardize it, to make it homogeneous or uniform. One tends to expect that things will be reproduced exactly the same way in other spaces. Yesterday we spoke about the way we think about artistic spaces. European capitals reproduced, or there is in the south we tend to reproduce what there is in the north, and this is really impoverishing. We are losing imagination. We are missing the possibility of something the universal. The way forward is not multiplying or iterating. We should work based on an ecosystem approach. In space that can be transformed by the inhabitants naturally, never by importing or planting, artificially fabricating or planting something, models that are really anachronistic. Yes, fully anachronistic. I fully agree.
Vous m'entendez? Oui. Alors, je vais poser des questions de couture.
Très bien, on est là pour parler couture aujourd'hui.
J'ai remarqué plusieurs choses.
I have several questions for you, or comments. First of all, this celebration topic, this concept of celebrating, of commemorating. This term, taken in the first time, is to celebrate together. And as to elements, as to monuments, I'm just joking, but I was thinking about a very well-known character coming from the East, is Roger. That character, the wise man, who is, really cunning, is really smart. There were 4 or 5 cities with monuments commemorating this figure. And there is one with a big, thick, wooden door, and that is locked up with a padlock, and the other ones are fully open and empty. So the temptation is to just break the lock, the padlock, whereas the natural pathway is to use the other doors. So we need monuments with multiple facades. That's the first topic. Secondly, I would like to ask both of you, or any of you, regarding Camus's sentence, I think it was l'été, in Algiers, this city opening to the sea as a mouth, as a wound. Maybe there is a tongue, a symbolic tongue, a joint, a link. So healing wounds is closing mouths sometimes. So there is a parallelism or this metaphor. So I come to my question. We're speaking about wounds that need to be closed, healed. We need to stitch up the fabric, to repair those wounds so that they scar. And my question is, what type of thread should be using or building? What should be the guiding thread to weave and to close those wounds, to repair and to stitch up? Because the flesh, the only way is to have a scar to close the flesh. So that's my question. What will be the ideal thread to perform that operation of healing, of repairing or stitching up? Of course, yeah, there's the recurring symbol, the wound, the openness, but not much is said about the nature of the thread that will stitch up and repair those torn fabrics. And to continue with this metaphor, the thread could be art and the artist's commitment and everyone's commitment. Okay, let's see. Two things come to my mind. I think it was Cochille. I was thinking about Chacoté. The thread is the field, the environment that is the artist's voice. That will be the channel, the way we channel our message. For Camus regularly speaks and uses about building a language at the end of life. If I didn't manage to build a language, I mean, my task would be futile, because that's his field, where he works. So that doesn't happen overnight. An artist can spend a long time trying to find his or her own voice. There is a text I recommend you to read, the prologue by The Inner and the Outer Side, L'Envers et le Revers. He didn't know he would be dying 2 years later, and of course he takes stock of his career as a writer. He had written The Plague, The Revoltement, he wrote about theater, and he's still trying to find a balance between what he is and what he says. In L'Envers and l'Endroit, between. So this work encompasses his whole life. So I like this metaphor of building up, creating or building a language. So the thread is the artist's voice, and commemoration is celebrating together. So that what happens becomes an unforgettable memory, something we will never forget. So I was thinking about Saint-Juba, this female writer, Saint-Juba, when she wrote a book called Oran, that language. There was a bloody decade in Algeria. All those women that died, that were killed, murdered. One teacher was killed in front of her students because she was speaking about the 1001 Nights story. So she speaks about the requiem. It's a chant, a song commemorating the death of those women's blood. Will never dry in our tongue. So the blood still flows through the veins of these women. So this will become a unforgettable present. So the thread is linked to commemorating. And she's right in insisting on the fact, in highlighting the fact that there is nothing uniform or standard between what is repaired or stitched up. And also there is not uniformity about what we build up in the end, ultimately. Is something, quite strange in the sense of, strange character. And the same goes for the thread, because it will never disappear under the skin or the tissue, the flesh. So interestingly, this metaphor of sewing, of stitching is ideal, because it goes against the invisibility of our work. It can be seen, the repairing, the stitching up is fully seen. So that is why I love this term, the stitching up.
So the visibility, because it's the only way to forget, because there is a scar. And yes, we can see it there. And then to know what to do with this thread, I'd say that from the micropolitical point of view, as we refer to it, linguistic, artistic, different voices and so on, all these perspectives, and also in a, how collectively we can build those threads and these human chains, these political logics, that actually we see the foreigner as a stranger, someone who is going to alter our daily lives. And nevertheless, the foreigner should be able to we should be able to welcome them. And these points of view, or these points that we shouldn't forget them. So in the groups of people who are actually working in hosting people, in welcoming people, we see that sometimes there's some clandestinity, but there are forms of interpolation to the political sphere, because we need these practices of visibility. And there's also these bans to the civil, because there's the criminalization or penalization of the migrants or the forms of migration. And it was also very interesting, the mouth and the injury, this what it was said, and particularly it's for male migrants. So a way of contesting what their choice, they had sewn their lips. We need to look at this as ways of affirmation of life. If they have these narratives that are standardized, and in the end this will go against them, and that's terrible. And they're saying I'm going to sue my mouth, because if talking will end up going against myself, then I prefer to shut my mouth up. So it's very interesting to have these forms of exhibition, taking risks, and also next to the people who are helping out others, and particularly migrants themselves.
Hi, thank you so much for your rich contribution. I was reflecting on what you were saying about monuments, and especially when you touched on Fanon as well, and migrants on the periphery. When I think back to contemporary monuments, such as the work of Olu Ogube, who was commissioned by the Castle the city of Kassel for Documenta back in 2017, and he created a monument that had the words inscribed in gold, I was a stranger and you took me in, which is utterly beautiful, and it was translated in different, I think in Turkish and in other languages as well. And that stood proudly in the main square in Kassel. And then what actually happened was that the city of Kassel wanted to buy the work from him, which they often do, and there was a lot of pressure from the government for this work to be moved from the main square to somewhere else so that it had a little bit less visibility. So there was, in a sense, a lack of acceptance and validation. And I'm wondering, what do we do then about these collective memories when people are not willing to accept them as collective memories for all? You know, monuments throughout history actually are quite problematic. You hear of them being knocked down because they're not reflective of everyone's idea of that moment in history, you know? And when they are, in the case of this artist, then they seek to be hidden. So then what do we do then? You know, do you understand what I mean?
Yes. Pardon. Oui, oui, de toute façon, il y a une...
Yes.
La mémoire, comme je disais,
memory and collective memories, they are at the same time underground memories. And there are moments where there are moments of emergence, or where they are exhibited and seen. And as you were saying, well, the question would be, we have only one vision of the monument, and it's not taking a position in a dogmatic way against all monuments in history. We're not going to throw them all away. We're not going to say that it is an anachronic way of celebrating past forms of life. But we would simply be to try and understand how a monument will stop all sorts of narratives or counter-narratives, or how this encourages them. So some monuments that may have a different appearance, then the worst thing is that they stop generating discussions, they naturalized, or we don't see the negative side of them anymore, and that would be the worst. On the contrary, when a monument, for example, the issue of status, and because they're occupying public spaces, and the representations of colonial ages. What do we do with these statues, for example, in Lille? And what should we do with those statues nowadays? So I wonder, yes, are we going to bring them down, or should we naturalize them? They're part of a landscape that no one questions, that is without a context anymore. And on the contrary, there are other eruptions of other art expressions, and they arrive and they come and perhaps draw on those documents or paint on them. And this is considered to be a criminal act, and that's an issue for me. So we have to question the monumental history on the statues, about the statutes, and also how our cities are built around those names with the colonial history. And in this sense, we need to take into account the criterion that, well, how should we remember this? We should exactly say what this is, what this was, who that person was, what they did. So I think that it is necessary to remember, to forget. So we also need to be able to repaint them and modify them. This overlapping of expressions, and this should break a majority discourse of the big men, and this is something that is necessary. We need to do this. Last question. Good morning. I really enjoyed your both your presentations, but I have particularly a question for Uria. Where do you place Albert Camus? Was he a migrant or was he a settler? That's a very good question, because his family arrived in 1954 in Algeria from Menorca, and they were migrants. And then after that, there was the opposite. There were the settlers. And I think this is perhaps what had been torn apart, and that he tried to restitch, to repair. In one of his books, he came back to his childhood and what he did with his colleagues, and well, it was in a small village, and they were children. There were Italians, French children, Italian children, Arab children. There was a mix there. And we haven't really discussed that. Oh, thank you. It is an excellent question here, because yes, this tearing apart is something that is not only exterior, it's also internal. And this is what we can say. In the case of colonization, these are really important topics that inhabited in Camus, and we can see that in his works, where we can see these internal tearings. And this is also really important in colonization and migration too, because in Algeria we're talking about 1830s when the colonization started in Algeria, and of course this is something that inhabits him, and that also is a concern for him. And I could say that the worst of mental colonization is when you don't even worry about it, you don't have no concerns about it. So if you're there in Algiers or in the inland as an owner of that world, and we find the opposite in Camus' writings. He's sharing, and with a lot of lucidity, as you said in your speech. He's very aware of what's going on. He's not blind, he's seen what's going on, and he understands very well the situation in which the Arab people live. And I was very curious. I asked Anne about when Camus left Algeria, to try to understand, and I found it very interesting whether if he had met Franz Chamon. And it's very interesting because they actually did the opposite travels. Franz Chamon arrived to Algiers from Lyon, and Camus did the opposite. So he went to Lyon, and Fanon, when he arrived to Algeria, he sees the scars and what colonization has done, and from both points of view. So he sees the devastating effects of colonization. So this means that we cannot live without a critical concern of what's happening. And this is something that we see in Camus and also in Fanon. So I see that concern. And Fanon entered in an interaction with Sartre. So this becomes a triangle. Also about the topic of Algeria, and it's the topic of injustice and how people react in the face of injustice. Is it in the name of great ideas and so on? And in Fanon we have something that resonates from Camus, and that is the devastating elements in the daily lives and that we see in both authors. So we can perhaps think about redesigning a new conversation, a different conversation, starting from Camus, and this idea of how to denounce injustice. Should we work on a negative attitude, like say, I have no idea about what justice is, but I do know what injustice is. But others do the opposite. They know what justice is, and they define injustice on the base, as an opposition to justice. So in any case, this is also belongs to this mobility. Everything's linked here. Everything's linked in Algeria. There were lands that were available. That was the way they were called. They were defined. So they were to be used, and settlers were invited to go there. Oh yes, I will stop here. Of course. Yeah, very, very interesting question. Thank you very much.
Merci vraiment à toutes les deux pour pouvoir parler de
Thank you very much to both of you for having talked about this need of repairing and restitching and this very multiple narrative. This is what I can conclude or extract from what you said, and this allows me to link this to Alexis' conference lecture, he's going to talk about the gift of creation. Thank you very much to you, both of you.
Si on m'entend, oui, c'est bon.
Can you hear me?
Commencer,
I would like to start, of course, thanking
remercier Sandra.
Sandra, first of all, for her generous invitation and also for her creative energy. I would also like to thank the whole Trobades team who make sure these 3 days will become a real place of fraternity and exchange. And I would also like to thank the speakers from yesterday and today that have nourished my reflection, but also our reflection. Also, I cannot help but think of Michel Barré, who had invited me to participate in the previous edition of Les Trobades, but I had to decline at the time. What is most striking in the world in which we live is first that in general that most men, except believers of all kinds, are deprived of a future. There is no life worth while without projecting into the future, without the promise of maturation and progress. Living against a wall is the life of dogs. Today, no one speaks anymore, except those who repeat themselves, because the world seems to us to be led by blind and deaf forces who will not hear the cries of warnings, nor the advice, nor supplications. How can we not judge these lines of Camus that are so up to current times? Written in November 1948 in a series of articles entitled Neither Victims nor Exit persecution years, at a time when the struggle between capitalist America and communist Russia dictated every position. And they haven't lost none of their force, these lines, and seem so accurately to describe the world in which we live today, our present. This shows the lasting lucidity and fundamental equity of the reflections they raise. Climate crisis, COVID, war in Ukraine, general inflation. This century of fear that Camus described is still ours. The situation is identical. The cries of alarm do not awake enough. Words of common sense or reason cannot be heard. Multiple crises lock us in the present, put us back to the wall. How to regain a sense of the future? How can we ensure that the present is once again a place of possibilities? Camus does not give us ready-made solutions, but at least he tried to consider remedies, to seek ways of healing. He tried to restitch in order to prepare, in the aftermath of the Second World War, a renaissance of European civilization, as he would say in 1951 in The Rebel. To find the meaning again, to find again the meaning of future and life, to get out of this impasse, one of the remedies is for Camus creation. All authentic creation is a gift to the future, he writes, in The Artist and His Time. The last text of Chronicles 2, a collection that brings together for the vast majority the various texts that follow the publication of The Rebel and the controversies it generated. This sentence that will serve today as a common thread for our reflection is the last sentence of the book. This conclusive place is enough to underline all the importance that Camus attached to it. The tip of the collection, it vibrates in the mind of the reader, but also draws a horizon, proposes an opening, paints a future. In October 1953, Camus noted in his notebooks, in a sort of extension of this last sentence, publication of Chronicles 2, the inventory is complete, the commentary and the controversy. From now on, creation. This injunction, from now on, creation is not only an injunction of the writer to himself, I have to create after the controversy. It is also a it is an injunction of civilization. To be reborn, European civilization must find the path of creation. We appreciate how intact and relevant this remains today. In our quotation, the term creation should not be taken in a restricted sense, that of artistic creation, but as underlined here by the word everything or whole, it is in a broad sense. It refers both to the creative process, whether this process is human or natural, and at the same time to the various creative activities of man, the different forms of art, intellectual work, but also manual work. Camus does not place artistic creation above or at a higher level than other creative activities. Gift to the future, creation, whatever its form, involves in him a particular conception of time, a certain relationship between the present and what we could have called the future, posterity or future generations. What does Camus mean when he speaks of creation as a gift to the future? How does the act of creating imply in a future? How does Camus mean by what does he mean by this formula? An interview entitled The Future of European Civilization, dated in 1956, allows us to approach the meaning of the sentence we are commenting on today. Here is what Camus replies to the journalist who asks him. I have great difficulty in placing myself in a perspective of the future. I have a sense of the present quite acutely and strongly. I think, and a bit of a sense of the past. As for the future, on the contrary, I believe that my imaginations are insufficient. I need a real effort to imagine the future of a thought or a position. This testimony of Camus is surprising. If he does not have a sense of the future, if he lacks the ability to project himself, why does he speak of creation as a gift to the future? Surprised by Camus' answer, a listener asked him again, why talk about the future of European civilization when You are saying that you're only interested by the present. Here is the additional answer by Camus, and you will see this answer is very interesting. I have indeed said that I'm only interested in the present times, but by this I mean something that goes beyond the day or the coming year. Historical present basically is the living generation. This implies, however, the future of Europe. By the time my generation will leave the stage to finally take its vacations, it is my present in a certain way that will end. If I have no imagination, let's say for the year 2000, I still have a fairly strong imagination for the years to come. These are years that belong to me. In this sense, they are present to me. For Camus, and it is important to understand this, the idea of future only makes sense in relation to the present, only in relation to the actuality of a person, the reality of a person, of a human being. The future is for him contained in the present and can only be lived, experienced in the present. In this logic, future generations, the future, are for him virtually integrated into the present of living generations. The idea of posterity is not an abstract idea detached from our present, one after us. It is already present in power as a possibility in the present society and in the daily actions we carry out. For them to be creative, for them to be creations, the actions must, according to Camus, take the form of a gift. And we come to the second word of our quote. That is, they must be offered generously and freely in the present. What for or why? Because the gift for Camus is suggested that can only be present, which distinguishes it from the inheritance. Legally, a gift, a donation, is made by a person during his lifetime, when the inheritance is made precisely after the death.
In French, to evoke a gift, a donation, don't we say that we offer a present, a présent? I believe this is also the case in Spanish, un presente. This shows clearly the fundamental relationship between the present and the gift. By speaking of giving to the future, Camus confronts us with a paradox. For him, to give is to make a generous gesture in the present, but in the hope that this gesture will invest, enrich, and fertilize the future of those who will receive it. In L'Homme révolté, The Rebel, published a year before Actuel, Camus wrote a sentence that is the twin of the one we are commenting on. It illustrates perfectly what we are trying to show. True generosity towards the future consists in giving everything to the present. It is why Camus' use of the word gift in conjunction with the word future is clearly, in his words, a form of joke to the common conception of history, the one he was fighting against in his time, the communist horizon. This idea of a future classless society can only be born for him from a sacrifice to the future. So sacrifice, however, induces a movement of destruction, of slavery to the future, which precisely kills the present in the name of the realization of a future that is abstract. This logic of sacrifice to the future is the one that led the Stalinists to justify executions and deportations in the 20th century. Camus strongly condemns this concept. For him, communist ideology precisely denies the meaning of present. They reject the man who is in the name of the man who will be, he writes on this subject, and announces in a religious movement a kingdom of heaven to come, an ideal society without allowing its concrete or specific realization in the present. The act of giving, when it's truly creative, thus implies for Camus an opening of the present that overflows into the future. As he says in the interview, in its very presence, the creative gift opens up possibilities for the future. Camus oftentimes speaks of promises, of chances in his words, which posterity is free to accept or not. This creative gift or donation, and we are using this word deliberately because Camus referred to to this wall and we read this at the beginning of our lecture. This opens up a door, an opening to the future, a threshold that future generations are free to cross or not. This process of giving to the future as an opening of the present involves both the giver, the creator-giver, and the receiver of the gift. On the side of the giver or creator, creation is a gift that opens up possibilities. There are many examples in different fields. The architect who imagines the plans for a house that hasn't yet been built, the farmer who sows his seeds and whose outcome will produce, or whose work will produce fruits and vegetables, the teacher who conveys an idea that hasn't been yet understood by the student, the carpenter whose furniture will be used, as yet we still don't know, maybe to store crockery or household linen, or maybe children's toys, the painter or the musician whose paintings or musical pieces could touch or move the viewer or the listener. But the process, the very process of giving, of creating, doesn't stop there, because as a process, it continues with the recipient of the gift. When the gift is material, be it a painting, a building, a fruit, or immaterial, a project, an idea, a reflection, a book, a piece of music. So let's consider now some of the examples we've already mentioned. The farmer's client or customer will use those fruits and vegetables received, and they will use them to prepare dishes to feed himself or to feed others. If he runs a restaurant, in order to cook, this man will take his utensils made by the carpenter. So for the music listener, so who has never experienced a piece of music, listened to in a grey morning, which finally brightens up your whole day and takes away all that bad mood, that somber future we envision? Who has never been deeply moved by the reading of a book? Creation is a gift to the future, because it's a process that goes beyond, that overflows, that opens up the present of the creator, regardless of who or she may be. But also it acts exactly the same for the receiver. It's a chain reactor. Franz spoke about capillarity to refer to this cycle of creator. For Camus, creation is a space where possibility and posterity emerge. And that is the second stage of the journey I'm proposing. So Camus' conception of creation comes directly from his contemplation of natural life in awe. This spectacle, this show of nature, shapes his representation. Camus has a biological conception of the creative process. He used to say that one thinks only by images, and it is precisely the image taken from natural life that seems to perfectly summarize for him, to represent and symbolize the process of creation as a gift to the future. And this image is that of the desert flower. It is a well-known in Desert Vivant and not much known text that appeared in a collective collection accompanying the release of a Walt Disney film. Camus poetically describes the blossoming of desert flowers under the effect of dew. And I quote, "The desert is a land of beauty, useless and irreplaceable. The only crops it covers are flowers, small flowers, and they only have 1-2 days to germinate and disappear later on. But they spring up in multicolored sprays of bluebells and poppies. They glow before dying. Some of these flowers wait even 10 years to blossom, and they die within the day. How could some men not adore and love this brotherly enigma in these flowers? The desert plant, which grows from germ to flower, is a fraternal or brotherly enigma for man, because it symbolizes the process of life, a process which for Camus is the one of creation. Like the flower of the desert, this image, creation for Camus is a germ, and the same as the worker in the film presented. Bayan. So creation, for him, for this author, is just a seed that will blossom depending on the circumstances, depending on the breeding ground. For Camus, natural beauty moves him because it puts us in contact with the seeds for the future, those seeds of possibilities. Nature through plants, but also through animal lives, expresses this process of creation and blossoming of possibilities. Camus deplores the loss of this creative sense and very much hopes that man and civilization will succeed in recovering it. To do so, man must regain contact with nature in order to learn from the model nature offers us. In an article published in Tribune in 1946 entitled in English Some Thoughts on the Common Toad, the writer George Orwell, which we already quoted yesterday, had exactly the same experience as Camus when reflecting on the emotion one can feel when we are confronted with nature's beauty. And I'm quoting now, "It is politically wrong to point out that what most often makes life worth living is the song of a blackbird or a yellowing elm in October or any other natural phenomenon that costs nothing. If we stifle the pleasure we obtain from the very process of living, what kind of future are we preparing for ourselves? I very much believe that by returning our childlike love for trees, fishes, butterflies, and toads, we make the possibility of a peaceful, a decent future, if little more likely." End of quote. The spectacle of nature touches our sensitivity because it reveals a vital process in us, implying a posterity, a future. And man, we are all part of this process. What Camus states about the desert flower and therefore about natural creation is valid by analogy for any kind of human creation. In the Posterity of the Sand, an art book produced by posthumously with the Swiss photographer Henriette Rinda and the poet René Char, the writer weaves the analogy between man and the world and emphasizes their common capacity for giving. Faced with a photographic portrait of a young man looking into the distance, whose face, symbolizing the future, stands out from an old tree trunk, Camus writes, I quote, "Others after us will receive the first sun on this earth, will fight, will learn about love and death, will consent to the enigma and will return home as strangers. The gift of life is adorable." This fragment is to me very important because it shows that the movement of giving to posterity, clearly evoked in the title of the book, The Posterity of the Sun, is common to man and nature, uniting them in a same cosmic and creative movement. Men, like flowers, receive the sun that will enable them to blossom, to live. The adjective adorable is to be taken here in its etymological sense, that is, that which deserves to be adored. The spectacle of the gift of life provokes in man a sacred adoration. Others after us will receive the first sun on this earth. The opening formula of the fragment underlines the strength of this cosmic posterity, both among different elements of life and among men themselves. As with the desert flower, some of which take decades to bloom, what man gives may bloom or blossom late in those who will succeed him, who will come after him. Creation is not in the order of the likely, of the probable, of what is certain, but in the order of the possible. It has the power of being a promise of harvest. Creation implies a gift to the future because it's a germ, a seed that is placed in the recipient and which will grow freely in the person. in the recipients. And I insist on freely. There are many other examples. The idea of a thinker or the sentence of a writer that will germinate in us. After listening to a lecture, several months after reading a book, a piece of music that we managed to play well many years after, because we couldn't do when we were children. A poem read in our youth, which will come back to transfigurate us years later at the dawn or at the end of our lives. To Camus, any type of creation is a seed present at all levels, at all spaces in our life. In the preface he wrote a year before his death for the republication of Les Îles by Jean Grenier, his philosophy teacher in Algiers, Camus testifies precisely to the gift he received from him when he read the teacher's book as a teenager and emphasizes the fundamental freedom attached to this gift. This is what he says about Jean Grenier. He lets us translate each one at our convenience. Only under these conditions, art is a gift, which doesn't force us. For me, I know the extent of this gift and acknowledge the debt. The great revelations a man receives in his life are rare, one or two most often, but they transfigure like luck. To the person who is passionate about living and knowing, this book offers, I know, at the turn of its pages, a similar revelation. This transfiguration, this revelation, the blossoming of that seed of possibilities we were talking about a few minutes ago, this gift to the future of which and Camus measures its impact along his life. This gift to the future is fundamentally free, gratuitous. It's free, and that is why it's creative. It cannot be propaganda or an ideology, as Abderrahman told us yesterday, Mr. Sissako. The generous freedom and confidence in the future the gift implies, according to Camus, makes art irreplaceable by ideologies or the hate speech, but it's also durable because it bears witness to a fundamental hope in the power of life, and that is the final stage in our journey. In his famous interview in 1959, that is entitled "Why I Do Theatre," which will form the very core of this afternoon's conversation, Camus evokes in the very last sentences of his speech. He speaks about this vital hope that art reveals and unveils. Under these hangers, behind these canvases, there is still a virtue of art, of madness, that cannot perish and that will prevent everything from being lost. It awaits each of us. It is up to us not to let it fall asleep and to prevent it from being driven out of its kingdom by merchants and manufacturers. In return, she will keep us upright and in good spirits. Receiving and giving. Isn't that the happiness and innocent life I was talking about at the beginning? But yes, it is the very life, strong, free, the life we all need. It is not the cycle, the blossoming of gifts that we are talking about. Theatre, the art of presence, reveals to the audience the permanence of life, strong and free. This virtue, this trait that cannot perish, this hope that will prevent everything from being lost, from falling apart. That is what Natalia replied to Frank when questioned about the function, the role played by theatre. If artistic creation has for Camus something specific different from other forms of creation, it is because it reveals a power of life and of the future to the eyes of men, to name it, to put it into form. It is precisely what Camus tells us. Art would undoubtedly not be able to ensure the rebirth that implies justice and freedom, but without it, Camus likes a phrase by René Char, which perfectly sums up what we are saying. At each collapse of evidence, the poet responds with a salvo of the future. Whenever this future seems blocked, when we give in to pessimism, artistic creation through beauty and strength of language opens up our future, gives us proof that everything is not dead. Not everything is dead, gives us hope. So for Camus, an artist embodies better than anybody else this hope, this power of being alive, this gift to the future. Let's see what he says about Mozart. Mozart's uninterrupted outpouring of themes and forms spread over the 2 centuries that followed him. More often than not, what appeared new in his successors, he had already invented it. Today, more than ever, Mozart remains exemplary to us. The man from Europe is not only this unhappy liar who rages in our intellectual and political assemblies, nor this madman drunk with humiliations and cruelties. He's also Mozart, this multitude, this myriad of patient artists that are preparing to become a new Mozart and who one day will gratefully salute in his work. His work spread through us, a perpetual source of fresh joy, of mastered freedom, justifies human ambition despite all misfortunes, and even today inspires our resistance and our hope. End of quote. Mozart had the gift of the future because his work opened the door for future composers. His music bore the very seeds of what followed. So he inspires in each of its listeners some hope, a virtual space where humanity perpetuates and justifies itself, a place where the future is still possible. True creation is that which crosses ages and is established in what Camus calls duration. By this, he means the capacity of a work to cross time, epochs, to continue to fertilize the present, to be a ferment in the consciousness of future generations. And for Camus, this value is present in all works of art. He found it in the work of his friend, the novelist Roger Martin Duycart, author of the novel Les Thibault. According to him, his work is permeated by a strange faith, the refusal to disappear, and this strong attachment to life. Let's see what he says. I quote, "And yet this work communicates courage and a strange faith to," as Antoine pointed out, is one of the heroes of the Thibault. In the end, it praises life, terrible and irreplaceable. The Thibault's unyielding attachment to life is the same one that inspires the entire work. This passionate attachment to life, this will that endures, this is the value that inspires all true works of art. Camus published an article in 1945, and there are 2 criteria underpinning great works: what a work contributes to the art of all times and what it bequeaths to living society. The image of the gift to the future appears in the background. Again, the fact that an authentic artistic work, in order to be inscribed and immersed in the future, must be a legacy that vibrates and resonates in the present. I would like to share with you an anecdote, and you'll see that it absolutely makes sense here today. It's about a discovery that I made on last Friday on my flight to here. I was reading a book about the author of the Promise of the Dawn. He was one of Camus' friends. So I was really surprised that when I discovered some words pronounced by Camus to Garrier in a letter written in 1945, where he spoke about the European education, one of his first works he had just published. Let's see what he says. It's about the best book of the 1940s. It's the most durable one. It will persist and prevail in the future. So this recalls the term duration, the capacity, the ability to be present, to endure. But this duration and actuality is also a civilization value. What is civilization but a work of collective creation that is geared to endure in time? For Camus, great civilizations, could forgive. In an article published at L'Express in May 1955 entitled Le Métier d'Homme, The Professions of Man, which Camus wrote following a trip to Algeria and then to Greece, he admiringly evokes the work of young architects of Orléansville who were responsible for rebuilding the town after the terrible earthquake that hit the region on the night of the 8th to the 9th of September 1954, and then the work of the young Greek archaeologists who were carrying out excavations in Argos. Let's see what they say.
On these healthy faces, these alert bodies under jumpers or jackets, in spite of the fatigue and the worries, both personal or professional, I saw none of those traces of moral wear and tear, of bitterness that sometimes make the French crowd so painful. These young people are happy, on the contrary, to live an adventure, that of the past or that of the future. In their own way, they move forward and in opposite directions. The two great roads followed by man. They make or remake a history for him. Camus then describes the emotion that arises in him when he contemplates the measureless grandeur of the plain of Argos at dawn. Such places support only certain thoughts. They invite you to be, not to suffer. They squeeze the heart, but to close it on its deepest desire, which all know without knowing how to name it, and which makes man last and his empires rise. That is why, of all the feelings that could be born before the spectacle, one at least, and it is only of it that I want to speak here, brought me back to the men of whom I spoke and agreed. Thanks to them, to the Mycenaean night, this feeling, a little new, was called hope. End of the quote. The spectacle of the beauty of the place merges with the creative work of the men he met. Beauty and creation, these two elements awaken in Camus a hope that combines with, for him, the desire to last, which founds civilization and empires and the possibility of a common future. And it's working, and that we see here in Menorca. And Abderrahman Sissako, yesterday, what he said that what is going on here, what occurs here, is an action. And I would add to that, it is a creation. Beauty and creation. These are two elements that, as I said, awakening Camus, a hope that combines for him the desire to last, which found civilizations and empires, the possibility of a common future. So, for Camus, the act of creating therefore necessarily presupposes a confidence, a trust in the existence of a tomorrow that will continue after the creator. To create is already, in a way, to hope. In the summer, Camus' Invincible Summer, Camus wrote about literature, but his words are equally valid for any form of human creation. To deny meaning to the world is to suppress all value judgments, but to live and, for example, to feed oneself, to nourish oneself, is in itself a value judgment. One chooses to last from the moment one does not allow oneself to die, and one then recognizes a value, at least relative to life. It is desperate literature is a contradiction in terms. To create is already to give value to life. It presupposes an adherence to the hope of life, the hope of a continuity of this life, the hope that it will last, that it will be prolonged in the future. This thought of hope should not be confusing Camus with a passive or blissful expectation. Hope is different from other hopes, whose religious, transcendent and vertical dynamic invites an expectation based on the certainty of a happy future, the kingdom of heaven, that will happen in any case. Hope is horizontal. It necessarily implies human actions that will give it form. Camus would say creations. From a human perspective, Camus' thought is not the work of a belief which implies a certainty in the future, but rather of a confidence in the future, distrust, that is to say, the tenacious but perfectible feeling that man has the power to make possible, through his actions, the construction of a future without being certain that it will be realized. It is betting. It is a bet. Hope is a trusting man, a generous bet on his freedom to act and to build. Hope is a gift for the future. In this period of crisis that we're going through, where reactions of cynicism and fatalism too often prevail, this is the strong message that the work of Camus continues to transmit, to convey to us. We must continue to act, to dream, to give, to create. It is the only possible salvation. This is what this work tells us, and it is precisely this message that Camus was trying to convey. Interviewed for an interview that would not appear until after his death in the libertarian magazine Reconstruire, here is what he replied to the journalist. Who asked him, how do you see the future of humanity? What should we do to achieve a world less oppressed by need and more freer? His answer was, give when you can, and not to hate if one can, replied Camus. If this invitation to give, which is at the heart of the work, the organ of giving, touches us, if this message of hope resonates within us and opens up possibilities, then Camus' work will be justified because it will respond precisely to the definition of creation that the quotation from Chronicles 2 proposes to us. The circle will be closed. As a creation, Camus' work will also have become a seed that fertilizes our present, a true gift for the future. Thank you very much. Thank you, Alexis. So now we are going to just take a really short 5-minute break so that we can prepare the conversation with the 3 next speakers who will be having a dialogue to finish the morning. Thank you very much.
y 12. Poquito. Yo creo que vamos bien. Como tenemos el margen de la... Bueno, pues proseguimos. Arrancamos ayer con
here we are.
la frase
To
más
continue
completa
now,
que hace
yesterday
título a
we
estas
started
jornadas,
with
esta
the
edición de
complete
2023,
phrase that
decía que
inspired
un
the
escenario de teatro es uno de los
leitmotiv of
lugares
this
del mundo
edition,
donde-
which
donde
is
es feliz, y esa es
a
la
theatre
frase
stage
en
is one of the
su
places
totalidad
in
que
the
hemos
world
querido
where I am
volver a
happy,
situar
and this
para
is
cerrar,
the sentence we
estas
wanted to go back
conversaciones
to
después de un día y medio aquí en
close
Menorca,
these
en
2
Sant
days
Lluís,
of
en el
discussions
lugar
here
de
in
los
Menorca, in
orígenes.
Sant
Y
Lluís,
para eso he invitado a tres
in the place of origins, of the origins. And in order to do this, I have invited 3 figures from very different spheres, but that will offer us very interesting perspectives about this theatre stage as it was described by Camus, and to which people in the different guests have been referring to as this place of possibilities, of potentialities. So, Marta Pazos, welcome. Thank you for your work. Also, thank you very much to Mohamed Al-Attar, whose playwright, whose works in play are very interesting from different places of the world, and also Dries Seekers. Thank you very much for your poetry that lets us see other theatre spaces and places. Thank you to the 3 of you. Hello, I'm very excited to be here, and I would like to start thanking, expressing my gratitude to Sandra and the whole team for their detailed care and also the curation of this magnificent event. And also thank you for this present, this being here, so enriching and so inspiring. When Sandra gave me this title for this session, A Theatre Stage is One of the Places in the World Where I Am Happy, I had the feeling that these words were coming out of my mouth. This thought actually represents me, as we currently say. And I'm going to talk about the situated knowledge. The topic is the places in the world. That's the theme. And I'm going to start from my world, from my smaller world, my body. My body is my country. Here you can see a picture of my back. This is the part of myself that I know the less. This was just after I got out from a swim in the sea, and you see that my back is covered with spots, and I had my hair orange, and Sinai is the French word for those spots. And my life is marked by spots. I always try to keep a peripheric view, not to try to look to the center, but to the periphery. And you see those beauty marks, and my life is full of marks in that sense. I always try to look to spots where people are not looking to. And for me, that means being connected. In 1994, my mother offered me a gift. She sent me to London. It was a trip to London. It was the first time I was getting out of Spain. I was going abroad I was flying for the first time. I was 18 years old, and when we arrived to Heathrow, and everyone was walking really fast with their trolleys, and I looked to the floor, and I saw there was an envelope. It was a very clean floor, and this envelope was from the British Airways. I was about to throw it into the bin, and then I realized there were things inside, and in fact it was about 3,000 3,000 euros. It was pounds, but when we saw the amount, it was the equality to 3,000 euros. I was traveling with my uncle, and he saw what I had found, and he kept the money, only gave me 20% out of the total amount. This is my context. This is where I live, in Galicia, this region. And during my childhood, I was searching for beauty because I was growing in the 80s, and this belongs to the architectonic trend, which is called ugliness, right? And just the idea was you build yourself as you go, and these were my contextual references. Galicia was marked by violence, drug addicts, narco trafficking, drug trafficking, and no internet. I was painting. I loved painting, and she said, "Okay, you will study Beaux-Arts," but I didn't know what that was. But I really had bad luck because they opened up a faculty of Beaux-Arts in Pontevedra, my city, so I couldn't go away from home. My references, my benchmark were Taschen's books, and this is my first painting during my studies under the influence of Klimt, as you can obviously see. And then for me, studying Beaux-Arts, I felt like I entered a world to which I belonged. It was my tribe, it was my family. I found a way of breaking my mindset, of going out of the box. In 1995, that was the second year, and Professor Castro came into class for art history, and he told us that we were going to study the history of art from 1995 back. From then, we would go back towards 1965, and I was really, my head exploded. Can you go backwards in the way you study things? I was really shocked, and then I found references with which I could identify myself, because up to that moment I had only gone up to the 20s with Monet and Gasset and other figures that were interesting, but I couldn't find myself in them. And then I discovered the art of action, and for me this was a great bridge for my career in theatre later on. At the time I didn't know that, of course, I wasn't aware of that. I started studying the truth and lies in the art of many artists, particularly female artists, or some male artists like González Torres, who had recently died from AIDS. And after 20 years, I worked in theatre, and then I realized this. So I decided I want to go back to my origins and fight against the tyranny of the original that is so important for the artists, and embrace what Daniel Rodríguez Gastelao said. Original is someone who has an origin, has origins. So I went back to my origins. I discovered this in my youth, and my first paintings. You remember the first painting under Klimt influence, an allegory of my first love, me and my boyfriend, and discovering these careers of these female artists that had so much influence in my work, well, made me think of the legacy, and it made me think about the fact that I come from a land of magic. It's a telluric land, and I started observing my grandmother, who did things that for me were very natural, but that were very much connected with what is invisible. This is not referred to, but no one talks about it, but it's on our skin. So I started talking stories, and my paintings started telling stories about this telluric history of Galicia related to everything that is related. This painting is has under a title, The Nine Waves, and in the beach of La Lanzada, I got sand from there, because even today, during the autumn, if you want to get pregnant, you go there to that beach and you allow the water of the 9 waves to penetrate you under a full moon, and that means this is a fertility ritual and you're supposed to get pregnant after that. And also I was very much worried about my reference. These artists who had developed their careers during the 70s, 80s and 90s, and this is The Revenge by Ana Bendieta, and I must say that I was very impressed by her biography and her relationship with Calandre, and how she died in a very enigmatic way, because she was thrown from a skyscraper to the floor by someone. And well, going back to on my steps, I remember also how Louis Bourgeois' drawing impacted me, this woman house at the same time. And I realized that in all my plays, there's always someone without a human head. And I think this is coming from that reference. I am sure, in fact, of that. I'm convinced. That's the connection. The connection with the world of fantasy. In 1997, I moved to Barcelona. I was fleeing from my boyfriend, the one in the first painting, you know, the one influenced by Klimt. My family didn't have a lot of money, but I got a grant. And in 1997, in September, I was in the hall of the Faculty of Beaux-Arts in Barcelona, and I decided to go back home. But then I saw through the windows that the sun was shining, and then I thought, I'll go out through the gardens. It's a longer way, but it's more beautiful. So I turned around and I see something on the floor, a paper on the floor. So I go and pick it up because I wanted to throw it to the bin. And when I picked it up, it was just some information about La Fura del Vaus, which is a very famous Catalonian theatre group, and it was a flyer on a Macbeth that they were going to organize. It's a digital lab, theater lab, and they were looking for dancers, musicians, all sorts of artists to participate in this workshop and this laboratory. So I decided to go there because at the time I was researching the limits of theater, the limits of the theater within action theater. So then there was a performance by Carles Santos, the artist and musician, in the 80s in the gallery Metrono. And Carles was playing the piano, and there was a performer who would be there with a hammer and a nail, and he would put the hand on the piano and place the nail and the hammer, and the hand was held onto the piano. So I was really impressed at the time. I was young, very young, a child at the time, and this made me reflect about the truth and the lies in art, and whether pain was also an artistic material, whether whether it mattered that the performer was actually suffering, or whether this was a fake hand or a true one, or that he had used some sort of anesthesia, or what it was all about. So I decided to go to the lab, but only as an academician. I didn't want to get dirty, let's say, and then I went onto the stage and I never came down again. I went there to that lab, and it changed my life. This is the first image. This is the first time I went onto stage. It was Macbeth, and this is Montse Triola, the producer, who at the time was an actress. And I need some water. And they decided to pair us up because we, as you can see, we were similar in size and so on. And this image is something I've gone back to it because it is a foundational image. I've started studying my work, and I realized that there's always this pair. There's 11 as a magical number, and I've also worked with twins. And I wanted to know where this was coming from. This pairing, the double, the twin, and so on. How I entered the ritual of the scene, and sometimes I combine both things, different heads, and also this double or this twin. So the impact of theatre actually influenced my painting a lot, and my painting became freer, more torn apart and more connected to the theatre. And this is a portrait of Ophelia. I was working with Lucio Muñoz. I was doing a workshop, and he came to me and asked, "What monster is that?" And I was like, "Look at that, it's Ophelia, it's not a monster." And Lucio then the next day gave me Kafka's Metamorphosis, and I started reading Kafka. And the monsters have always been present in my theatre too, because of the connection with Jim Henson, Miyazaki, that were very present in my childhood, during my childhood, but also particularly because of the connection with my culture. We have in my region, in Galicia, a way of embodying these concepts that are related to telluric things, Tellurian things. And here we have a photograph by De La Torre, who's a photographer that participates in rituals that are Tellurian, earthly, and that are related to rituals connected to the carnival. And I have also grown up with this. This is part of my DNA, although sometimes this transforms into something else, something different. After reading Kafka, I also started changing the concept of the head. It was a woman's head, but then it changed. Well, this changed the body too, and it was a way of going to the essence, going to the purest form. And this was the last Ophelia I drew, I painted, and at a certain moment in my career, I was I was really engaged and involved in painting, but I had gotten to know theatre, and there was no way back from that. So during 3 months, I spent 3 months painting on my own in my studio after I finished my study, because that was supposed to be what would make me feel the happiest. But then I didn't understand why I was feeling such a vacuum inside me. Then looking at all these different paintings that I had painted, I realized that they were theatre, in fact. So I decided to stop painting. My mom stopped talking to me for a whole year, and I decided that I would go for things I ignored. I decided to get submerged into this collective work of theatre, what the ideas of different artists will generate and create, and with a very ancestral approach. During these years, it's been essential for me to go towards spaces like this one, to these encounters. I wanted to share this with you because for me, participating at meetings such as Las Trobades has had an impact in my thought and my work, because in my thinking and my work too, because these are things that have become realities that have changed me a lot. And that's also the reason why I do theatre, with that purpose. And that's a privilege for me. Each project is in fact a life adventure, and it brings to me enormous lessons. It's actual learning. So I went to the Cadix meeting. I went first to the Fito in Orense, this fair, and the question was, where are women? And theatre from France, from Montbéliard, asked me for a theatre. It was Peugeot's biggest plant in Europe, and I worked on the women, in the sector, in the industry of cars, in the automotive industry. And this spectacle, I presented it in France in 2016, and the reaction was a bit of, it was quite aggressive, in fact. It was perceived as something that was too aggressive, as something like Nazism, this Nazi feminism. And then later on I was asked to present it again in Madrid, and I did it with the workers from Citroën from Vigo, and it was in Madrid, and we did it in Madrid, and it was the same show. And then the reception, the reaction from the audience was something like plain, with no character, something too soft. And I thought, well, you know, the context where you present your work, it's actually very important. Sometimes we don't really understand why our work is not well understood or well perceived or correctly understood, because we don't understand that the context is so important. And the fact, in my case, it was what was going on in the streets with the protests about the demands for feminism, because what was going on in the streets had a much greater vibration. It was much more active and strong. And I wanted also to legitimize this softness, because it was my contribution, very much connected with intuition, and I thought I had to continue that path. And sometimes this is a choice that we need to do as artists.
Ultimately, you work in a context, and the context, the background modifies and transforms your work, and sometimes there is nothing you can do to avoid that. Or well, even though you can, the most important thing is to be faithful to your ideas. Another encounter, another meeting I attended was the MIA in Cadiz, the Ibero-American Female Creators meeting. So the first edition was about reimagining creative artistic creation from the edges. So I met a lot of women that worked on the decolonial concept. I had never heard about that concept before. I always had looked towards Central Europe. So Avignon, that would be my mecca. I wanted to be there as an artist, a theater artist. So suddenly I allowed myself to turn around and push the limit, looking towards towards a place that was far apart, far away, where I found works by creators that were working in unprivileged context. Whereas I was complaining about, as a European female, that there weren't enough funds in Galicia, in my region, so that made me reconnect with my position. all this gave way. This is the A Summer Night's Dream. This is a production I was creating with transgender people about the freedom of choice, freedom to choose who they want to be. The next production, this is about the skin, discourse, this look, or this white perspective, this soft perspective of us. So everything revolved around Desdemona's skin, the actress, voice. I mean, everything was, all characters had the actress's voice. Everything went through her. So through Desdemona, and that is the perspective I use to speak about privileges and percentages. Alexina B. This is an opera I made about the story of Hercules. Recently at the Liceu Theatre in Barcelona, the first intersexual person. We have some records about with diaries. She writes in the first person. So we have direct records. This connection with magic, with invisible, led me to find I Ching. I feel a bit ashamed to speak about this in public. I was given an I Ching as a present. John Cage were using it. The translation of I Ching is the book on mutations. The first texts date back to the 13th century. So when you inquire about a specific situation, you get the response. It's a moral book, and due to its structure, it's a philosophical and cosmogonic book. They speak about, it speaks in terms of continuous and dotted lines, and I took each I Ching to get to more unexpected places. I didn't let my intellect, my rationality lead me everywhere. I didn't want them to guide my art. I wanted to find ways to reconnect with my intuition, with my physicality. So the more I advanced and evolved in my professional career, the more disconnected I felt with my body. I wanted to go back to the unknown. So I set traces and frameworks to bring about the unexpected. So as a result, we decided to work on an opera about Cicciolina, this female Italian figure, and we even met her because I asked the I Ching what would be the impact of communicating with Cicciolina, and the I Ching said, so the juvenile ignorance. So it will be the. So I give reason to the first oracle. So if you ask 2-3 times, it can be a nuisance. So it was obvious that we only had one chance to ask. So we knocked on her home's work, on her house's door. Here's the team, the producer, etc., and that gave rise to this show, Cleo's Amnesia, this muse. On this scene, we have the Trojan horse, and this character that represents Cicciolina. She enters the Oval Office, and I thought about what possible Trojan horse we could make, not a literal white horse, but a different one. So my libretto writer wanted to see an exhibition in the museum in El Prado museum, and he discovered that picture. So Artemisia discovers finds her rapers in the faces of those old men, and there is a group of women that enters the Oval Office. And the last meeting I want to tell you about, EMIAE, around the cauldron contemporary practices. So I was invited to speak about my relationship with the hygiene. It was the first time I found a safe context or environment to give legitimacy to this way of working that connects with the ancestral. So I cannot tell you the exact source, but every artist aspires to kill his father, and the female artist wants to, find her grandmother to, to find a re-encounter with her grandmother. So I went to the Atitlan Lake in America, and I got in contact with shamanism through local artist shamanism. And I went through a hole, a threshold, and suddenly I became more aware about the right of theater. Every night, through shapes, through forms, we can convey messages and transform attendants, the viewers, those of you sitting there in the back. But this is part of something much greater. We've talked about this a lot for these 2 days. So I'm starting to build bridges, to open up cracks, so that I can occupy those crevices, those cracks. So this is a show on Galician tradition. It speaks about my granny, my grandmother. So I used the regional costumes with those petticoats. The walls of the theater break down completely, and suddenly different museums started to call me to commission works. And I was completely, surprised. I chose, at that moment of my life, I decided to close the door, but everything makes sense. All the parts are, included in that self that is me. And all those parts, I made up of all those parts. This is an installation on megas, on witches. I used a lot of figs. And the theater is full of those shapes. This theater is called Campo de Figos, so it's a fig tree orchard. It's a play on words. With these turnip fields. So when the lights get off, your shadow is projected, so that you are in contact with power. This is the Galician Center for Contemporary Art. So I got in contact with this concept of witchcraft, Cesar Vieira's architecture too. So this show, as you can see, we are always building up bridges, connections with that which is invisible. This play is on Sappho. We presented it at the Mérida Theatre Festival. This was a tribute, a homage to Jean-Claude. He's always been known as Christo, Jean-Claude and Christo. So that was a way about speaking about Sappho. We are always there, even though we are not seen. We've been neglected. Sappho was neglected for 27 centuries and brought back to life in our times. So that was a dialogue I decided to create. And theater is, to me, a place where I feel really happy. It's connected to gold, to the aureole. So it's been a privilege to share my thoughts with you about this aureus concept. And that is all on my part. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Magnifique.
Hola. This is the
Hello.
first and last Spanish word you will hear from me. Sorry. I just want to start by to thank the team of the meeting, especially Sandra, but everyone for the great few days we are spending here. Thank you for the invitation. It's an honor and privilege to be with such a great company of scholars, artists, intellectuals. I learned a lot, and yeah, I'm happy to be here. When I was invited to speak at this panel under the phrase of Camus, the sentence, I mean, a theater stage is one of the places in the world where I am happy. I found myself immediately leaning towards rephrasing the sentence to make it the title of my work. So for me, the phrase will read like this: theater stage is one place where I feel restless. But also it's one of the very few, very rare places in the world where I still can contemplate about hope and its many evasive meanings. In the last couple of years, I have been generally occupied with three themes. The first one is justice and what it means beyond its legal definitions, more as ethics and practices. The second theme is writing of history or the battle of narratives in times of war and great upheavals. While the third theme is hope. And while I think that I can work to connect the first two themes with theater as I understand it, space to ask controversial questions and an act of political and social resilience, the third theme, which is hope, and because it is the most urgent act of resilience for me today, I'm still feeling my way around it. And this actually leaves me personally with an agonizing question. How did I begin with a dream of theater as tool for tangible social and political change, and arrive to the dream of theater as a creator of space, no matter how small, for hope? Some stops along the way of doing theater will maybe illustrate this. And I will ask you kindly to accompany me in recalling some of these moments through my journey of making theater that started around 20 years ago. When I decided to study theater in Damascus in 2002, I was convinced that it could make a hole in the terrible kingdom of fear I was born into it, which we knew as Assad's Syria, or Syria of Assad. I have to admit that my passion for theater as rehearsal, as a stage, scenography, actors would come later. My first practical experience in theater when I was still a student took me to the remote countryside in Syria. The project was based on the techniques of the Brazilian theater director and theorist Augusto Boal, Theater of the Oppressed, and especially his forum theater that brought theater makers to marginalized villages to practice theater with the locals. So we take theater to the locals instead of the locals come to the theater. Boal and the Theater of the Oppressed was exactly what I was looking for to confirm my conviction that theater had the potential for social, this is not Boal, by the way. This is will come late. Boal and the Theater of the Oppressed was exactly what I was looking for to confirm my conviction that theater had the potential for social and even political change in the lives of both the makers and the recipients. Did we bring about any change through this project and other like it when we work with the people in these communities? I can humbly answer yes. Yet this yes reflects how my understanding of the change that is possible through theater has itself changed over time. Paradoxically, the more I have worked, the more I have discovered the limits of change through theater. In 2008, we spent 3 months working with a group of prisoners inside the juvenile prison of Damascus. to devise a theater piece with them. Never before a theater group been allowed to enter a prison and work with inmates in Syria. When I look back, I credit the prison as the place where I came to better understand Syria. Through the play, 8 characters, I learned how the cycles of poverty and marginalization form a closed ring, with those born inside never able to escape. Therefore, the play I did with them planted many doubts about the utility of theater, of my theater. In the months following the show, I tried to stay in touch with its protagonists. Some were briefly released from jail, only to return for small theft or on mere suspicion. The ring was sealed around their neck, and the theatrical performance was a fleeting memory amid very hard living. Yet, whenever I'm invaded by discomfort or a sense of uselessness around this experience, I return to the words of Khudr, one of the protagonists, who in our last meetings outside the prison in Syria, he told me the following. Well, we sure had our fair share of fun and laughs during the rehearsals. You know, the show gave us some hope. Khudr's words left me with many thoughts about the meaning of hope in a similar context. It was not a coincidence that my last meeting with him, Khudr, came shortly before the outbreak of the Syrian revolution in March 2011. The Syrian revolution is a popular uprising that stood up against one of the most brutal dynasties in the modern era, the Assad dynasty. During the early months of the uprising, we had plenty of hope, a legitimate hope, in my opinion, that we created in the streets all over Syria while chanting for freedom, dignity, and social justice. Tragically, this hope didn't last long in Syria, as the country will soon enter a dark phase of bloody proxy war, that its chapters are still unfolding till this moment. Along this ongoing tragic war, my journey of making theater was, and still, surrounded by questions and restlessness. In the summer of 2013, I was fortunate to be hosted by a group of young men to run a theater workshop in a small city called Kafrembel in the northwestern part of Syria, in the Idlib province, where the earthquake hit hard recently. The war was, back then in 2013, in the summer 2013, the war was at its peak there. The Syrian regime forces were being forced to retreat, and they reacted with an ongoing bombardment to keep the areas outside their control under terror. My hosts wanted to learn theater techniques that they could use in their work with the children and teenagers whose homes had been destroyed and who were now living in shelters with their families. Why did I say I was fortunate to do this workshop? Because I was able to spend time with young people who worked more than they talked and who practiced theoretical concepts I had only encountered in books. They were able to organize, to utilize whatever resources they had on hand without dependency on a donor, all in democratic, non-hierarchical, participatory, lively environment. None of them formed or was part of any political organization, and none of them labeled themselves as leftists. Most had no higher education even. Before this experience, I was on the verge of despair, caught between the massacres of the Assad regime and the rise of the Islamic jihadists. Those days in this town, Kafrembel, restored my confidence in Syria's popular uprising, democratic uprising, which had been wept by the loud sound of war. During the time I spent there, it was clear to me that I was the one who is doing or learning the most. And amid the news of the battlefront, I was racked by restlessness about, again, the use of what we are doing, the use of theater in this context. But night after night, their enthusiasm silenced my doubts. One night, before I leave this town, shortly before I leave, after we finished our rehearsal, and it was another night without electricity, there is no power, there is no electricity during the night, Khalid, one of the participants, he told me, let's go for a walk in the nearby fields. Enveloped by the light of the full moon that night, we crossed into the fig and olives groves that surround Kafrembil as far as the eye can see. Khalid showed me his hiding spots where he spent days in these fields hiding while the regime forces attacked the city and they were searching for activists. The stillness of that night was penetrated by the sound of 2 distant shells, a trivial noise on that beautiful night. I asked Khalid while walking, why would you all want to engage in a theater workshop with me? He replied, I'm not exactly sure, but when I think about the exercises and games you are sharing with us, and I imagine repeating them with the children I work with, I sense they might catch a break from the bleakness of their situation, or at least be given some hope that their story will be told or recorded, that someone might hear them. Once again, Khalid's words, like those of Khudr before him, left me with some hope. Yeah. He picked some figs from the nearby tree and told me it was okay to eat it without washing it because it's only watered from the rain. We continue our work in the fields. In summer of 2016, almost 3 years later, Khalid would be assassinated by an explosive device planted by the extremist jihadist. He was 24 years old. Few months later, 2 other participants in this workshop were killed in a Syrian regime airstrike. In winter 2014 in Beirut, now I will show some photos while I speak, if you don't mind, so we can show photos from Antigone, the play Antigone. In winter 2014 in Beirut, while working on the play Antigone with Syrian refugee women who've never been on theater before, never entered theater before, and who lived with their families in miserable camps in the Lebanese capital. I struggled to answer the question posed by most of the women before we started the rehearsals. Their question was, of what use is theater today when we lack basic life necessities? Entering the open rehearsal space days before we started the project, the echo of that question left me again with unbearable feeling of restlessness. However, during 3 months of working together, I think we managed to discover some answers for this question. We discovered through their challenging of male authority, their reclamation of the narrative of the Syrian tragedy, their growing confidence in themselves, their voices, and their bodies, and their grappling with the racism they had faced in society dominated by rigid hierarchical class system. After the premiere, Wafa, one of the women you saw the picture now, she approached me, pointing to a group of elegantly dressed women standing outside the theater. Wafa told me, while pointing to the women, they used to see me as another cleaner of their home, but now they lavish me with praise for my stage presence. I asked her, like I wanted to make a joke with her, I asked her, but what about the other women who didn't see you on stage? She responded with a smile. She said, I don't care about that anymore. What matters now is how I see myself. In 2018, we can move to the play, The Factory, please. Yeah. in 2018, while I was in the midst of preparing, researching for the play, The Factory, the play is about the scandal involving the French giant cement corporation Lafarge in Syria. Mohannad, a worker at that factory who had suffered a lot from the management's mistreatment and neglect, he agreed to speak to me after much hesitation. I asked him why he had changed his mind finally. He told me that even though he couldn't do much against such a giant multinational corporation that had joint interests with governments of major powers, nevertheless, he wanted them to stand trial through the play. I had to explain to him, that the play does not revolve around a trial specifically or concretely, nor it will be a substitute for a real trial. So I had to be very clear and honest with him. Nevertheless, Mohannad was still willing to tell me his story. Once again, I entered the rehearsal with this massive doubts about the value and the relevance of this play, while feeling a heavy burden on my shoulders from the stories that were told to me from many people whose life got severely affected by this case of Lafarge. Several months later, after we had the premiere and the play was touring, Mohannad, the worker who told me his story, attended a performance of the play while in Athens, while he was stuck as a refugee there. I received a short text message from him saying, "Yes, your play is not a trial, but it's my first step to seek justice." We'll move to the last one, to the play Damascus 2045, the name of the title of the play. In 2021, following the first read through the play Damascus 2045 at the Theater Freiburg, South Germany, a city in South Germany, where it was staged. Holger, this is Holger, one of the veteran actors of the German ensemble, he asked me, "What do you really want from theater today?" Simple question, huh? But his question actually caught me by surprise. So I pointed him to the ending of the play, of the text, which actually leaves the story open to possibilities. I admitted to him and the rest of the actors that the ending was as much about wanting to leave the door open for the protagonist as it was about my inability to devise a clear conclusion. On the one hand, I want to resist the deep pessimism that arises in facing the current reality of Syria and the whole Middle East. But on the other hand, I do not wish to surrender to false optimism and illusion. Albert Camus once said, "It was in Spain that my generation learned that one can be right and yet be beaten, that force can vanquish spirit, that there are times when courage is not its own recompense." It is this, doubtless, which explains why so many the world over feel the Spanish drama as their personal tragedy. In my opinions, no better words than Camus' words can describe how Syrians feel about the struggle in Syria today. And along with them, I think, millions of young people across the Arab world, Arab region, where they fought bravely against brutal dictatorships and oligarchs, from Tunis to Egypt, to Libya, to Yemen, to Sudan, and elsewhere, in what was known as the Arab Spring. Only after all this, to find themselves today either in countries torn by wars or led again by authoritarian regimes. Let's be honest, today the reality for us in Syria and across the Arab region is bleak. So how come all this unbelievable creativity, beauty, tremendous courage, and sacrifices that we witnessed across the revolting cities in the Arab region ended up with such a horrible defeat? How and why I still do theater, thinking that it's still of any value or meaning amid this absurd and inhumane conditions? How do we tell a story about the unimaginable that actually happened, about the inconceivable that did take place? In brief words, how do I write about Syria? I honestly don't have clear answers. All I know is there still lives some hope, little bit of hope, inside my head. It's not a permanent resident, disappearing and reappearing. But when it does re-emerge, I know it's not the illusional mirage, but something real that keeps me and others alive. Resisting falling in the deep hole of despair, though we make home on its edge. Theater helps me find hope. More than ever before, I understand that resisting despair is fundamentally a political act. Can we invent hope through theater and art? I cannot be sure, but I know that we are trying. Thank you very much. شكرا إدريس. No, please.
Bonjour.
Hello.
Évidemment, je ne pourrai pas commencer ma présentation
I may not start my
sans
presentation without
Miguel,
first
Sandra,
thanking
toute l'équipe de
Miguel,
Trobades,
Sandra, the
ce
whole
merveilleux,
Trobades team, as well as
ce merveilleux événement
this
qui, à mon
marvelous
sens,
event
je veux
that,
dire un mot là-dessus,
in
me semble
my
fondamental.
view, and I'd like to say something about this that for me is essential. This event is truly different. It's something different. It's not based on specific defined topics, but just words that resonate within us and invite us to travel, to let us shift, drift.
Cela me fait penser
event is so well organized and designed that this brings me to mind that what an expert in suffering at work said, that taking care of one's work is taking care of oneself and healing oneself. So this is something absolutely precious. So thanks again for this, for the Trobades. The theatre, a theatre stage, is one of the places in the world where I am happy. When I discovered this sentence by Camus, I also felt I could say these words in a very spontaneous way. And a very friend of mine chose these words for my last play that is going to appear next month, the National Agenda. It's an allegory of industrialization, and these words were chosen by a critic that is a friend of mine. So feeling happy is something different than feeling happy in the theatre. So why does this sentence by Camus resonate so much to me? These words, one of the places in the world is the embodiment of an utopia. and
tiers.
Utopia, which is a different place, a
Avant
third
de
place.
spécifier
And
la
before
nature
I
de
go
ce
into
lieu
the
dit,
detail of this
je vous
specific
propose un vrai
place,
voyage
I would like
dans
to
quelques
suggest
souvenirs
a
éparses.
journey on the basis of some of my recollections.
Quand j'essaie de me
When I
remémorer ce qui
try
m'a le plus
to
enchanté dans le
remember
théâtre depuis mes
what I
premiers
have
pas sur scène,
enjoyed most in
se mêle dans
theatre
mon
since I
esprit une
started
vieille image
going on to
mêlée à une sensation,
stage was a beautiful
l'expérience
image linked
récente
to
d'un
a feeling.
laboratoire inédit
Also the
et comme
recent
un
experience
intermède,
of a
une mise en lien
laboratory,
inespérée.
and also
Encore une
something,
fois,
a link
le
that
lien.
is unexpected. Once again, this
L'image
link,
est
this
celle de mon
bond.
oncle,
So the image is that of
Nabil
my
Him,
uncle, Nabil Him,
lui-même dramaturge,
who
metteur en
was
scène,
also
réalisateur et comédien,
an expert in
rebelle,
theater, also
sans
an actor,
concession,
a director,
qui a magistralement mis en scène il y a
playwright,
plus d'une dizaine d'années
and
une
who over
théâtralisation
10
de la
years,
chute de
over 10
Camus.
years ago, he brought to
Je
theater
repense à cette image
the
parce
Fall
que
by Camus.
ma grand-mère,
And I'm thinking
Bella
about this
Vita,
image because my
cette
grandmother,
adorable dame au
who
cœur de
was
bohémienne,
a wonderful woman with a bohemian heart,
l'appelait Nebi,
called him
Prophète.
Nebi,
un
prophet.
diminutif de son prénom à l'état civil.
This
Abd
is
Nebi, littéralement
Amhinbe is
l'esclave
his
du
whole
prophète.
name. The
Aussi jeune adolescent,
prophet,
j'attendais souvent avec impatience l'arrivée chez nous de
slave.
Nebi,
And I was
ce
always
prophète
expecting
si
the arrival
exubérant,
of Nebi,
humain,
my
révolté
grandfather.
et touchant
And
que j'ai
this
admiré sur scène.
revolted me,
À la
and he
mosquée,
represented
comme
everything that I
dans les
admired
cours d'arabe à
on
l'école,
the
on nous parlait
stage.
d'un prophète lointain là-bas en
In the
Arabie.
mosque, at the
Et à la
mosque
maison,
and at school on
j'apprenais
top,
qu'un prophète, ça
we
monte sur
talked
scène, juste à
twice
côté.
about
Les mots
this
et les images qui constituent nos
prophet that was
mythologies personnelles
someone that was very far
ce
away,
qui, c'est
but
notre
I
principe.
felt my grandfather, who was the prophet and was
Son
so
Ophélie
close
n'est
to
pas
me.
morte,
And
et mon Hamlet à moi. Je garde
I
précieusement
always
l'exemplaire qu'il m'a dédicacé
keep very
en
preciously
1987 avec cette mention à mon neveu Driss qui deviendra un jour écrivain de théâtre. Ces quelques lignes sonnent encore dans mon esprit comme
what
une
he wrote for
autorisation.
me in 1987
J'essayais à
about
l'époque
this
au jeu, mais j'étais
dedication
un piètre
that he
comédien.
wrote to me before he
Aussi, la
died,
possibilité d'écrire le
saying that
théâtre
I
m'a
was going to
sauvé
become a
d'une
great
possible
man of the
autodépréciation.
theatre. And
J'allais à
well, this
l'époque tous
saved
les
me
soirs
this
immanquablement
from a
religieusement,
self-depreciation.
alors que je m'essayais
I
au
went to
théâtre
the theater
universitaire,
every
revoir la
evening,
représentation
and
de cette
at the
pièce où le
university
comédien
theater I
Rachid Chouka,
could
qui est
see
né de se donnait la
Rachid
réplique,
Chouka
jacassait, riait, s'indignait,
Eh,
nous émouvait. J'aimais cette
acting in such
intravisible
incredible
colère
way with
qui ne pouvait
emotions, and I
s'exprimer
just
que dans
loved
ce
this
lieu-là,
incredible rage that could only be expressed in
Qui,
such a place.
alors que les
While
années chape de plomb politiques étaient encore
The
pesant.
political scene was
J'aimais ces
quite
êtres familiers et étranges à la
serious
fois,
at the time. I just
qui
loved
me
this
parlaient de notre
place,
paralysie politique
familiar
à
and
partir d'une
foreign
querelle
at
de
the same
scène.
time, where we could talk about
Et déjà,
politics on the
cette
stage.
boîte noire,
And
comme
this
celle où nous sommes aujourd'hui,
black
je rappelle
box,
que
like here
black box
today,
en anglais renvoie
black box
autant à la
in
salle de
English
théâtre qu'au sexe
refers to
féminin,
the theater,
était un lieu tiers où se
and
mêlaient
also
dans
it
mon
refers to
entendement
the female
plaisir et
sex.
inquiétude.
And for me, this was a third party place,
Passe
and also a
deuxième
place
souvenir.
of
Quand, Avec
pleasure.
le metteur en scène
I
Joël
go
Sounani, nous avons
Back
créé
to a
en 2009
second
à Rabat le concept de l'Khbat
recollection. In 1999, we
infos au théâtre,
prepared on a
que je devais
piece
organiser
on
tous les
the
mois un atelier
information
d'écriture avec les citoyens
on the theater.
pour
So I
faire du
had to
théâtre à partir
write
de faits
every
divers,
month
comme qui ferait feu de tout bois,
a piece of work
et qu'à chaque
on
fois
how
nous
to
devions
work
remettre les
with
fruits de
theater
notre
with the
créativité à
citizens,
des
and we
professionnels
had
pour
to
monter une quarantaine de minutes de
present
théâtre en
the
10 jours.
fruit of
Nous
our
n'avions pas idée de
creativity
l'écho que cela allait avoir chez le public, nombreux et
in
réguliers,
order
qui a
to
suivi l'expérience
set up a theater that
massivement
would last
durant plus
40
de 3
minutes
années.
with audiences that would
Mais
come with
l'intuition
us
initiale,
for 3
doublement
years. And
inspirée
at the beginning, there was a
d'Aristophane,
great
qui considérait
enthusiasm
le théâtre comme
by
lieu de controverse
Aristophane,
publique,
who considered
et de
the
Féodor
theater as a
Dostoïevski,
place
pour qui
of
l'universel se nichait dans le fait divers,
controversy,
certaine
and
résonance.
Dostoevsky
Les scénettes
could
de théâtre
also
construites à
have
partir de faits
resonate
d'actualité,
there. And
mises en
these
performance,
theater
ont permis
plays that
d'appréhender
were
ce qui se
built
passait dans le monde,
on
ou juste
the
approximativement,
news
non comme
would
des
show
faits
what was
abstraits,
going on in the
lointains,
world or
mais comme des
in
images
our
vivantes,
city.
réappropriées,
something
organiquement parlé.
like life scenes
Mettre en
that would
scène en
be
dirigeant et avec un jeu d'acteurs
apprehended
dirigé
and
sans emphase, une
owned
file
by
d'attente
us.
devant
There
la
was a
chaise vide d'un
waiting
fonctionnaire
line
fantôme devant attester par le cachet que chacune
in
des
front
personnes
of a
qui
civil
s'impatientent
servant
est un humain,
that
non
was
un
absent,
plébéien.
and there
In
each
scène,
of those citizens
Meshi
was a human
Benedou,
being but waiting for a stamp to
Ou
be
bien trois
planted
femmes
on
drapées
them.
qui racontent alors qu'elles
Or
préparent un
three
défilé de marques de
women
burqa
that
leur
are
souffrance intime.
discussing about
Tout cela
their
semblait au public
private
médusé.
suffering under
si vrai
burqas, and all
et
this
si
was shown
troublant
to
à
the
la fois.
audience. It was true and very troubling at the
dispositif
same
ou
time.
Ce qui se passe dans le monde trouve
So,
écho sur une scène
This
qui le sublime
place
ou
of
le
what was going on in the world
métaphorise,
was
rappelait bizarrement
shown
un certain
on the stage,
celui des joutes
and
verbales
this
ancestrales
reminded
d'Ahwech,
some
Welsh
Welsh,
un groupe de
a group
musiciens
of
et de poètes,
musicians and poets
toujours vivants dans les
that
douars
are
de l'Atlas
still
et parfois même en ville,
alive
où deux poètes
in
se
the
querellent en
Atlas,
tamazight
where
sur
two
fond de musique et de
poets
rythme entraînant
discuss
à propos d'un
on the
sujet
background
d'actualité.
of
Parfois,
music,
les
and we will
autorités
discuss
leur interdisent
a topic
de se
of
produire lorsqu'ils s'apprêtent à traiter un sujet
current
brûlant
interest.
comme le Hirak dans le Rif.
They will refer to the
Cela
Hiraf
rappelle
and
à d'autres
in the
des
Rift,
slameurs
for
en battle
example.
dans un garage abandonné,
So it's a sort of
dont
a
l'un et
battle
l'autre,
in an
comme
abandoned
dans Khbar Fensa,
garage,
augmenté par l'esthétique théâtrale,
and this
le public est
augmented
chaque fois convié
by
à
the
saisir
theatre,
le
and
pouls
the
de sa
audience is
condition
invited
sociale et
to
politique par le
accept
truchement de
their
personnages et
social and
d'orateurs qui,
political
en même
condition
temps, la
through
masquent
the
et en sondent la profondeur.
characters that give
Quand je
them
pense à quel moment
this
on se
depth.
sent le plus heureux au théâtre,
When I'm thinking about the moment
tant
when we feel
qu'auteur
the
de
happiest
dramaturge
in a
comme l'était
theater,
Camus, je ne peux que
and as a
repartir de ma propre
playwright like
expérience.
Camus,
Là, je
I
me
can
rends
only
compte qu'il
think
existe
of
au
my
moins
own
deux moments,
experience. And then I realized that there are
exaltants
two
et
specific
excitants.
moments, very
premier est celui
differently
de
exciting. First of all, the
On la
rehearsals.
prosodie d'un texte écrit avec
So we
le
have
souci
a written
d'épouser une
text,
oralité
and we want
qui
it
en
to
laisse
become
résonner le
oral.
rythme et les réverbérations
Orality
prend
has to
corps.
come be there with
C'est l'un des rares
the
instants,
appropriate
loin du
rhythms,
tumulte quotidien,
paces. And this
où
is
l'on voit
one
à
of the
l'œuvre
few moments
l'homo-performance.
where we
qui sommeille en
see
chacun
the
de nous.
performance taking
Nous devons
place.
l'expression homo-performance
And we
à
have this
l'anthropologue
expression
Victor
of
Turner et le
performance
spécialiste d'études
by
théâtrales
Turberg
Richard Schachner,
and
qui ont réalisé
Chesner,
que dans chaque culture,
who
depuis la nuit des
realized
temps,
that in
par ses
every
rituels, dans l'usage de son
culture,
corps et de sa gestuelle en
through
public, et pas seulement
rituals,
sur scène,
and
l'homme
not only
n'avait
on
jamais
stage,
cessé de se
human beings have
recréer,
always been
de changer,
recreating
de
themselves,
devenir ce qu'ils
changing
n'étaient pas.
themselves, and becoming,
D'être
turning
donc un
into
homo
what they are
performance.
not.
Mais
And
il faut
that's
bien ce
the origin
moment
of this
isolé,
word
extrait de la
performance. And
quotidienté,
it is a moment,
pour le voir en
isolated
face.
moment, out of our
Et
daily
quand le ton
lives.
est juste,
And when we have the right
l'expression
tone,
pertinente
the
et la
right
parole forte,
tone and
sans
the
l'émerveiller.
appropriate experience and a strong
puis, il y a le
voice,
moment de représentation.
it is absolutely
la
marvelous.
générale ou la
Then we
première,
have
surtout,
the
où se fait la rencontre avec le public,
representations
où la communion,
themselves, the
scène
premiere,
salle, promet
the
de
premiere
s'effectuer.
particularly, but also others
En
where we
dépassant
meet
les
the
stéréotypes de
audience
temple
and we
sacré,
go
le théâtre
beyond
devient
the
surtout le lieu
stereotypes of
d'expérimentation
temple.
d'une chose unique.
We see that the theater
l'on se
can
rend compte
become
par
a
le
place of
craquement
a
du bois,
unique, singular
l'éclat des lumières,
experimentation.
la
We
transpiration
have
des
the
corps, la
lights,
tension des rapports,
the bodies,
que le
the
théâtre n'est
tension
pas que
of
discours, mais avant
the
tout énergie.
relationships. And we see that
Et
theater
cet
is
effet,
above all
non de
energy.
lumière aveuglante,
The theater
mais
is
de
not
lucioles qui
composed of
survivent à
lights
l'ombre
that
d'un monde
will
de
make you
plus en plus
close your
accéléré,
eyes, but
de plus en plus frénétique.
it's
marque le plus
in fact a
fortement.
moment isolated
Cette
from
idée
the
de faire
accelerated
sortir
world
les gens
in
du
which we
confort de
live.
leur
This
maisonnée,
idea
de
of
plus en
getting
plus
people
sophistiquée
out
par
of their
l'industrie du
very
bien-être,
comfortable
et de les faire
homes
venir faire
and
pause
make
dans
them
une
come
salle
to the
ou dans un
theater to
espace
stop,
ouvert, tout juste
or
pour
to
apprécier la
in an
beauté
open
d'une
space,
contestation
just to
ou d'une
enjoy the
sincère
beauty
émotion. C'est ce qui rend le théâtre
or
gratuit et
or
gratifiant
an
à la fois.
emotion. And this is why
N'oublierai
theater
jamais
is so
Ce jour, en 2011, où dans l'Institut
will
français
bring
de
you
Rabat, où nous tenions
much, so many
des
experiences.
associations
In Rabat,
agissant
we
auprès des
met
migrants subsahariens à
met
Rabat ont convié un
associations
public
working
métissé
with the
à
sub-Saharan
apprécier et
migrants.
discuter la pièce de
And the
théâtre
audience
Bamako
was
Paris du
appreciating
dramaturge
the
Yann Solian. Un
theatre
drame
play
contemporain,
by
poignant,
Soulian.
poétique, insoutenable,
It was
sur la
a
condition
poetic
d'un voyageur
reflection
gelé dans la
on
soupe d'un
the
avion en
conditions
transit
of
suspendu.
a migrant
J'ai
that
vu
was
alors,
frozen
comme jamais, dans les yeux des migrants présents dans la salle,
under a plane.
généralement
And I
ghettoisés
saw
dans
the
le quartier
reaction
précaire, le sentiment de voir leur
the people in the
humanité
audience.
rapiécée.
there, their
Comme j'ai
humanity
entreaperçu dans la
was
gestuelle d'habituelle des lieux,
fragmented
tout juste la
and
sensation d'un
expressed.
exotisme à applaudir.
We always have
J'ai
this
alors
feeling
vaguement
of something
réalisé qu'un
exotic that
théâtre
has
pouvait être un des
to
rares
deserves a
lieux
round of
désignés
applause.
pour casser les
A
murs
theater is
que les
one of those
stéréotypes de
places where
race,
you
de
can
religion,
break the
d'appartenance
walls where
ont
stereotypes,
érigé pour
religions,
catégoriser les
and
humains.
classes have
Les
been
sociologues
created to
qui
classify
scrutent le
and
comportement des hommes en
categorize human
société
beings.
parlent de ce qu'ils appellent le marginal séquent,
We
pour
can
nommer celui qui se tient à la lisière d'un
refer
monde
to those
et
who
agit pour
are
le
at
transformer,
the
le faire
border
muter,
of a world
espérer
and
le rendre légèrement
want to
meilleur.
transform it and make
Il est
him
ainsi,
become better,
je cite
at least slightly.
le
And that is
sociologue
the
Michel
case,
Crozier,
as Michel
partie
Crochet
prenante dans
said,
plusieurs systèmes d'action en
this is
relation
part
les uns avec les autres et
of
peut de ce fait
the
jouer un rôle
relationships
indispensable
in
d'intermédiaire
which
et d'interprète entre
it
des logiques
can
d'action
be
différentes,
an
voire
intermediary
contradictoires.
and interpret
C'est autant sa capacité
between
à parler
contradictory
qu'à écouter la
things.
pluralité qui l'aide à se positionner au
You
croisement
can
de plusieurs
listen
désirs.
and also speak
Cela nous
and
montre
place
assez souvent en
oneself
se
at the
mettant à l'écoute de la
crossroads of
polyphonie
different
ambiante
positions. So it is
que
there
l'on
that
peut se
we
faire passeur,
become
dans
in
le sens de
fact
révélateur de voix
conveyor,
généralement
because we can
inaudibles,
release
marginalisées
voices
ou
that
diabolisées.
are often
Je
not
parle ici de passeur,
heard.
en l'opposant au médiateur.
And here I'm not talking about
Ce dernier
mediator
cherche à
but
ramener vers le
conveyor.
compromis, vers le centre. Alors que le passeur cherche comme un Janus à ouvrir sur l'ailleurs,
The conveyor would
l'inconnu.
want to open up
Parce
doors
que l'enjeu,
to
probablement, le
is
plus
to what
important
is
pour
beyond
les
us, what is
artistes-chercheurs qui agissent en mode citoyen
ignored up
et
to
de
that
lutter
moment.
contre le mutisme
And we
imposé
try
aux
to
voix
fight
subalternes.
on
Non de se
against
substituer, mais
the
même de
silence
parler
that
pour
is
elles,
imposed.
mais de faire émerger le
We want
récit,
to make sure
recréer
that
du
we
commun là où
can
les plus puissants n'y ont
make
plus pas
the
intérêt,
narrative
rétablir les liens
emerge,
dans les quartiers, les zones
reestablish the
enclavées,
relationships
par des lieux
between the
physiques,
districts,
habités
between
par de la culture,
in the
du débat, de la
physical
créativité,
spaces
de l'imaginaire,
that are
du partage,
inhabited
là
by
où la
culture,
marchandisation
by
du monde a érigé des
imaginaries,
malls et
the
des avatars, où la
commercialization of
bureaucratie
the
corrompue
world
et les
inhabited by
spéculateurs fonciers
avatars,
ont bétonné les
where
esprits.
the
Et là où
spectators
l'abêtissement des masses
have
a produit des indifférents ambulants.
led to
C'est en
the
revisitant tout cela
mass
de mémoire
entertainment that just
que j'ai réalisé à quel point le théâtre me rendait
turn out
à mon tour heureux.
make us more stupid.
Et c'est pour cela que
And
je
this
propose
is
de
why
traduire le lieu
theatre that
désigné par
allows to
Camus,
fight against
de
all
manière
this makes me
informe,
feel happy.
un des lieux du monde, par le mot d'apparence
The
sophistiqué de
theatre
hétérotopie.
state is one of the places in the world, and
Dans
it
le
is linked
texte
to
d'une
this
conférence donnée
utopia.
par le
In
philosophe
the
Michel
text,
Foucault,
in
en
one of the
1967 au
lectures
Centre
by
d'études
Michel
architecturales
Foucault
sur les espaces autres,
on the
il définit les hétérotopies par
spaces
5
that are
principes.
different, he
Alors qu'il parle
defined
d'abord d'espaces qu'il a
utopias
l'habitude d'étudier,
by
l'hôpital
several
psychiatrique, la
principles.
prison,
He talks to
et même
about
le
prisons,
cimetière.
about cemeteries,
Voilà que
about
surgit subitement au
psychiatric
troisième
hospitals,
principe, le
but
théâtre,
in the third principle,
lieu
he
de
refers to the
représentation
theatre as a
dramatique et
place
filmique.
of dramatic and filmic representation.
L'hétérotopie, dit-il, écoutez bien ce que dit Foucault,
Heterotopia
a le pouvoir de juxtaposer
has
en un seul lieu
the
réel
power
plusieurs
of
espaces, plusieurs
representing
emplacements
several
qui sont
places in a
eux-mêmes
physical
incompatibles.
space.
C'est
Different
ainsi que
things
le
that
théâtre
are
peut succéder sur le rectangle
incompatible
de la scène toute une série de lieux
in
qui sont
between them.
étrangers
So
les
the
uns aux
theater
autres.
can
On vient
bring
de voir
together
tout à
several
l'heure
places that
ce
are
que mes
foreign,
amis ont montré et on le voit tout le temps. Une série de lieux
mutually
qui sont
foreign.
étrangers les uns aux autres. C'est ainsi que le
So
cinéma est une
this
très
is
curieuse salle
why
rectangulaire au fond de
cinema
laquelle,
is
sur
a
un
very
écran à deux dimensions,
curious
on voit se
place
projeter
where
un
we
espace à
have
trois
a
dimensions.
screen that
Mais
is
peut-être
2D,
est-ce que
but where we
l'exemple
can
le plus
represent
ancien
a
de ces
3D
hétérotopies
space.
en forme d'emplacement contradictoire.
Here we have
L'exemple le plus ancien, c'est
this
peut-être
a
le
very old
jardin. Il ne parle pas de cours.
example of this.
mais il
It's the
diffuse vers
garden,
le
and he
jardin
refers to a garden,
le
not a
navire.
courtyard,
Au
and
fond,
also
dans
to
ce
a
texte,
ship.
comme dans son livre Les mots et
In
les
his
choses, Foucault
lecture
considère
and
que
his
l'hétérotopie
books, he refers
est un
to
lieu différent, parfois décalé des
heterotopy
lieux
as
habituels, localisés,
somewhere where there
qui
are
permet de rompre avec l'ordre social
unusual
établi,
places that allow us
pas
to
seulement
break
par
the
les arts, la
established
violence,
social
le conflit,
order,
mais aussi par
not through
l'illusion,
only
le jeu
through
et le
violence,
rire.
but also through hope.
Foucault n'est pas le seul qui
And
nous aide à
laughter.
comprendre ce qu'est réellement
Foucault
ce
will
lieu
help us
autre
understand
qui rend heureux Camus et
that
plusieurs
the
d'entre nous avec
theatre
lui.
makes us
Ainsi,
happy,
partant
also
de
Camus,
l'utopie comme un lieu
and starting
inexistant,
from the
extraterritorial,
utopia as a
le philosophe Paul
non-existing place,
parle pour sa part
Paul
d'utopie
Ricoeur
pratique,
refers to
qui serait
the
réalisée
practical
ou réalisable,
aspect
parce
of it,
qu'emplie d'imaginaire
because it
social moderne.
can be
Alors que pour lui,
realized,
l'ordre est
because
une
it
utopie
refers
qui
to
aide
the current
à réaliser l'idéologie
social
qui qui prend aujourd'hui la
essence.
forme technique de système de surveillance, de
Ideology
contrôle, de
is
fabrication du
the system
consentement.
to control
L'utopie pratique,
consent.
qui est tout juste une autre manière de dire
Utopia.
l'hétérotopie,
Heterotopia, in
révéler par
fact,
l'imaginaire un
allows
certain
us to
désordre,
reveal
une
through
folie, et à
the
contester à partir
imaginary
d'espaces autres
other
les discours
things
dominants.
and build and
Face à
fight
cette
against
dualité,
prevailing
ordre,
discourses.
désordre, je me suis
And
amusé
the
à penser
order
pour
of
ma
the
part
orders, this
partir de l'autre
allowed me
dualité,
to
discipline,
think about the
indiscipline.
different duality,
ce qui me permettait de retrouver à partir
discipline
des pas de
and
côté
indiscipline.
et des décentrements l'attitude de l'homme
This
révolté
brings
chez
me
Albert
to this
Camus.
attitude of the rebel in the work.
L'homme indiscipliné pour moi comme
Camus'
pour
work.
Nietzsche qui lui fait retrouver une deuxième
Nietzsche
innocence à partir du gai
also
savoir et
finds
celui qui
a
refuse les
different
assignations
innocence,
à partir des
naivety.
catégories de savoir, du
And
devoir
on the basis
d'obéissance
of
ou
different
d'obligation
categories
de
of
conformité
knowledge,
qu'il appelle aussi esprit de
and
troupeau.
also referring to the
Je veux
conformity of
parler
this
précisément
spirit of
ici
the
d'artistes
sheep.
libres,
And here I want to
solitaires,
refer
certes,
to the free
contagieux,
artist who's lonely,
pollinisateurs,
but,
stimulant par leur énergie débordante, de créateurs
can pollinate
hétérodoxes soucieux de faire
and
émerger des récits
encourage
masqués.
creations, and that
Je veux
can
parler
lead
de
to
fouineurs,
revealing
catalogués comme
hidden
activistes ou inclassables
narratives.
car en quête d'une meilleure société, d'écrivains penseurs
The
qui transcendent les
writer
silos
and
de
the
savoir
thinker
et donnent
that
du
will
relief aux diverses
cross
sensibilités,
different
et plus
silos to
globalement de
bring up
passeurs, encore une fois, qui
sensibilities
savent
and
relier les
become
territoires et
conveyors
imaginaires disloqués.
that can bring up
Le principal
territories and
moteur est
imaginaries.
qu'ils croient malgré
The
tout à la
main
nécessité,
driver
la
that
nécessité
will
du
believe
changement,
above all
de la mutation. Pas dans le sens de
in the
l'adaptation au
need
système en
of
place, mais celui de la
change
volonté
and
persistante de
transformation.
les humaniser.
This is the absolute need to
Parce qu'ils savent
humanize
que
them,
l'humanité se mérite
because
constamment.
they are aware of the fact that
Elle implique une remise en cause
humanity is
permanente.
something that is
c'est
deserved
là
every
où je
minute,
retrouve
and it requires a
l'éthos
constant
d'Albert
questioning.
Camus.
And this is where I find
Retrouver,
Albert Camus.
remembrer son
And
humanité, à
to
petite échelle au moins.
rework on our
pardon,
humanity, at least at
remembrer
a
est un terme que
small
j'aime
scale,
beaucoup.
and rename.
Ngugi
This is a
Wa
word
Thiong'o,
that I
quand il
really
écrit sur la
enjoy.
décolonisation
Okunlo
des esprits,
writes about the
il
decolonization
utilise le
of
terme
spirits, and he
remembering. Alors bien sûr en anglais,
says
remember veut dire
remembering.
se rappeler,
So
se
this
souvenir,
means to
mais il y a
remember
aussi
in
le fait
English, but
de
also
remembrer
this
quelque
also
chose de
refers to
disloqué.
renaming something that
Remembrer
is
quelque chose de disloqué. Et
dislocated.
c'est ça,
And
c'est ce double
it is
geste
this double gesture
mémoire
of
et de
memory
remembrement
and
qui
renaming
permet
that allows us
constamment
to constantly
de rapiécer l'humanité, à petite échelle
mend
au moins. Parce qu'ils sont finalement que des fous
humanity
de la
at
cité
the
qui
small
l'alerte,
scale.
non des garde-fous qui la régulent. Et de ce fait,
And
ce sont
therefore,
des disséminateurs d'altérité
we've got
qui l'irriguent et quelquefois
disseminators
des
of
sentinelles de
the
conscience
otherness
contre
that
les calculs
irrigate in
égotiques
it.
prévalent. Ce ne sont pas des redresseurs
We're
de
not
tort
talking
au nom
about
d'une morale
people
positive
that
ou positiviste
will
ou d'une posture
work
d'intellectuel tribun,
advocating for
comme pouvait l'être Sartre.
positive
Ils ne sont pas non
moralism
plus béatement
like
optimistes.
Sartre. They're not
La plupart de ces
stupidly
artistes, chercheurs,
optimistic
penseurs
either.
sont conscients que
Most
les
of
mêmes
the
fossés
writers
se
and
creusent entre
thinkers
dominants et dominés.
know
Ingénieurs
that
de la
there are
surveillance et surveillés, vendeurs de haine et acquéreurs de la
between
peur.
those who
Mais il arbore un
are
espoir
for
ténu, fragile, et
disseminating
réalise qu'ils ne
hatred
peuvent
and those
plus
who are
emprunter les mêmes parcours idéologiques qui
by
ont mené
the
aux
fear.
impasses du siècle passé. Aussi, à la différence de leurs aînés,
Also, the
ils ne se
difference
contentent
to
pas de
the
discourir
previous ones, they
sur la réduction
don't
des écarts, tout comme ils
just
n'ont pas
think
l'illusion de les réduire par des formules
about
magiques.
what they
Ils cherchent
can
à s'immiscer
reduce.
dans les territoires
They
des écarts.
try to
Et
work
le théâtre,
in the spaces
c'est
of the
un lieu par
margins.
lequel on rentre
And the
par
theater
une
is a
fissure dans
place
les
where
territoires des
that
écarts,
allows us to go
à occuper les
into
intervalles, à converser avec les profanes et les amateurs,
gap.
à métisser les espaces de création, d'information et de
in
réflexion.
the theater. So this allows
En
us for
espérant que
information
leur
and
lieu de vie
reflection, hoping that
Respire
this
autrement.
place
par toutes
of
ces vénus
life
qui
will
le
breathe
traversent.
differently.
Car l'indiscipline ne réside
The
pas
lack
dans
of
la nature
discipline
du lieu,
It's not
mais dans la démarche qui le sous-tend.
in the
Celle-ci
right
consiste à aborder
moment.
l'art
It,
non comme
so
produit,
this way of
mais
approaching
comme un
art
prétexte à la communion,
is
à la
a
réflexion,
pretext
au
for
débat,
communion.
à l'émerveillement,
It is
sans barrière symbolique,
the way we
comme dans
can
un
be
champ en
marveled.
jachère, ouvert sur tous les possibles.
And this
et tous les
opens
paradoxes.
up to everything that is possible and
Je ne
the
suis pas sûr
paradoxes.
que que je
I'm
me
not
sentirais
sure
heureux dans
that
tous
I
les théâtres
would be happy
et autres
in
lieux d'art.
all theaters
Certainement
and
pas dans les
all
musées
art
stratifiés,
places,
et
and
pas dans les
particularly
théâtres
not
aux
in
pratiques momifiées non
stratified
plus.
museums, and not
D'où
in
le besoin de
theaters
créer
where
des lieux
practices
délibérément
have been
que l'on
fixed.
pourrait qualifier
This is
d'alternatifs.
why
Leur force est d'être en même
it's
temps orientés
interesting to
contre les
go to
représentations
those
hégémoniques
alternative
dans le
theaters,
monde,
as they are
mais également
referred to,
pour l'émergence d'une pensée autre
in
face
favor
au
of an
conformisme local.
emergence of a different
Quand
thinking.
le couple d'artistes,
When
Sofiane et Selma
Sofiane
Louisi, ont créé à
and
Tunis
Selma
en
Louisi
2007
created in
un festival
Tunisia in
multidisciplinaire,
2017 a
Dream City,
festival
où se mêlent
that was
théâtre,
called
art
Dream
visuel et
City
autres
with
genres créatifs,
theatre and
qui se disaient inquiets
other
de, je
creative
cite,
and visual
la
arts.
confiscation
They
de l'espace
refer to the
public par un État
conquering
totalitaire,
of public
à
space
l'isolement des artistes et à
by a
l'élitisme des espaces artistiques.
totalitarian
Je
system,
Que ce sont les,
and therefore
souvent
the
les
art
créateurs
should be
qui ont créé
resisted.
des espaces qui
And
ont préfiguré
they were creating
ce qui s'est
spaces
passé en
that
2011.
would lead to what
Ils ont
happened
ainsi
in
préfiguré la nécessité
2050,
de réinvestir et
2011.
réinventer l'espace public
And
et d'être à l'écoute
they
de dynamiques
expressed this
immanentes.
need to
Comment?
reinvent public
Ils ont invité
spaces
les
and
artistes à
how.
arriver vierges de tout projet
Artists were
préalable
invited
et
to
d'accepter
arrive,
qu'ils surgissent de leurs
forgetting
interactions
all their
avec les
previous
populations, les
projects
citoyens,
and enjoy
la
the
Médina. Ils ont
interactions
de la
of
sorte
the
préfiguré,
citizens in the
sans en
Medina.
être les initiateurs, une forme
They
de
were not
libération
the
des esprits.
initiators, but they wanted to provoke
En
a
menant
form
cette
of
réflexion par
release
la
of
phrase
the
de Camus,
spirits. So
le théâtre
reflecting
me
on
semblait-
this,
m'a soudain
on the
semblé être
basis
ce
of
lieu
Camus'
particulier
sentence, for
où
me,
on apprend la
the
discipline
theater
et
is
l'indiscipline,
where we can learn discipline and the lack
la
of discipline.
rigueur et l'insubordination.
Being
Les deux d'un même
rigorous
tenant.
and being
On y est convié au
in
respect de conventions
not
éphémères,
respecting
esthétiser
laws.
des gestes et rythmer une parole.
also
Mais
work
on
with
le
the
fait
rhythm of the
passionnément pour
words
crier
and
une
show
colère,
gestures, but we can do
exprimer un
it in a
désarroi,
passionate way to
extérioriser un
express
attachement, rallier un
rage
monde qui trébuche ou alien.
and
Pardon,
find
rallier un monde qui
links
trébuche ou alien.
to
Tout y
a
est
world
mais
that may
rien
be
ne peut s'y
alien.
manifester sans un
But
certain
nothing can
art,
be
dans le
expressed
sens
with
allemand,
some
c'est-à-dire une manière de faire.
a
Le
degree
théâtre,
of
comme
art,
fabrique
with
masquée,
art, with a
Et non
certain way
seulement
of
comme
doing.
spectacle visible,
The theater
nous offre un autre angle de vue
offers
sur le
us a
politique.
different point of view on
En
what
effet,
is
par le
political.
prisme imprévu des
And we
répétitions,
do it
j'ai réalisé pourquoi
thanks to the
probablement les gens du théâtre,
rehearsals,
pas
and this
tous,
is
bien
why
sûr,
probably
mais un bon
the people
nombre,
of theatre,
ont une très
not
haute
everyone,
idée de la
but people of
démocratie.
theatre in general have a very
Pourquoi?
high idea
que
of democracy.
cette
And
pratique de
why?
reprise
Because
permanente, de
this
tests remis
practice of
incessamment sur les tapis, est
rehearsal,
fondamentalement
working on
constitutive d'une
text,
conscience de soi
constantly
et des autres
working
comme
on
entités
them,
isolées et reliées à la fois. Parce que l'engagement de
makes you
chacun
aware
par le corps
of
et l'énergie,
the
par l'écoute
relationship and the
bienveillante, empathique,
engagement of the
des
different
vibrations des autres à
individuals,
partir
the
d'univers
vibration
différents,
of
improbables,
some
forge
that will
souvent
have an
une grande
impact on
sensibilité aux différents,
what others
à
do.
l'ailleurs.
And this will give place
Parce que se
to what
battre,
is different, to
discuter,
what
se
is
tromper, s'émouvoir, en vue de
beyond
construire
us.
un édifice commun, fragile,
with the goal
improbable,
of
éphémère,
building a common and
toujours
shared
en
build,
devenir, peut
something that
ancrer en
is
chacun
not
le
going
besoin
to
de la liberté
last,
imaginaire, autant
a
que du
need
lien
of
social
freedom of
comme fondement d'un dessein
imaginary,
commun.
looking
Au fond, je l'ai
always
remarqué à la
for
longue,
a common sense.
la plupart de ceux qui s'engagent dans ce processus avec le
Most
dévouement
who
ascétique que cela suppose,
are
y
dedicated to
retrouvent un pendant
theatre
du fondement éthique,
always find
culturel de la
an
démocratie. Ils y
ethical
entendent un
sense
ethos de
to
la délibération,
democracy.
de la concertation, de
For
l'acceptation
them,
de la
accept
non-permanence,
the acceptance
l'incertain,
of what
la
is
prise de risque,
non-permanent,
et puis
the
l'appréciation des
uncertainty
diverses
in
voix
taking
qui forment une
risks,
collectivité d'individus.
and
Du coup,
everything that
comme
implies
l'exprime
the
leur rire
creation
moqueur
of
dans les
a
farces
community.
offertes sur la place publique,
And
les attentes des gens du théâtre en tant que
the
citoyens
people of the theatre
souvent
as
être déçus.
citizens can often be
et se contenter d'apprécier leur
feel
spectacle,
disappointed.
mettant leur sarcasme en scène permet tout juste
Sometimes
d'entretenir
bringing
l'industrie de
their
l'amusement.
sarcasm on
Alors que
the
le
stage
fait de
may
se
contribute to
pencher
the
dessus
industry
comme un
of
ensemble de signes
entertainment,
révélateurs d'une
but
conscience diffuse,
it is different
discours
when they get
créatif
together
faisant
to
sens, nécessite de se libérer des
offer
schémas de pensée consacrés.
critical thinking.
Parce que je l'ai réalisé, à force de la
And
revisiter, la scène est quelque part le seul lieu,
going back
où
to
les
the
blessés de la
stage,
vie,
this is one of the
par
few
ailleurs timides ou
places
pudiques, parviennent à dire
where
l'indicible,
we can say
dans un
what
langage que
cannot be
captent d'emblée
said,
les plus sensibles.
using a language
C'est
that
aussi le
will
seul
be
art qui inclut
touching those
les
that
autres
are
formes
most
d'art
sensitive.
performatif,
And
où les
theatre will
groupes de gens
also
se
include
réunissent dans
other
le seul but de donner à voir à d'autres
performing
ce qui
arts
fonde leur humanité, ou leur
with the goal of
déshumanité,
giving to
ce qui
others
fait ou défait leurs liens sociaux.
their humanity.
En plus, l'art dramatique
The
a le
dramatic
privilège
art
de l'impureté et de
has the
l'immoralité nécessaires
privilege
pour mieux
of the
saisir la part
purity
subjective, intime sombre,
and the
inconsciente de la
impunity
vérité
that is necessary
que la
to
science a souvent du mal à
address
sonder et dont le
truth,
dogme
the
religieux
truth.
a le souci de s'écarter.
The religion always
Or, parfois, par sa cruauté ou
goes
sa
away from
crudité,
that.
sa force à documenter ou à métaphoriser,
The
le théâtre
theatre
aide à voir ce qu'on ne parvient pas à regarder en face.
allows us to show what
Vous
we
l'avez
cannot look
À partir de toutes ces
directly.
tribulations, par tous ces truchements
We
personnels
have all understood that.
conceptuels, j'en viens à tout
With
juste
what I
qualifier à ma
shared
manière
with you
la phrase de
today,
Camus.
I just wanted to add a nuance to
Et si le
Camus'
bonheur
sentence. And
que me
if
procurait le
happiness
théâtre
that
provenait du fait que c'est un lieu
was given
qui
to me
permet aux
by
différents
the
d'advenir
theatre
pour mieux
was
nous
in
révéler à
fact
nous-mêmes.
uh,
Que c'est
something
probablement le
linked
décalage
to
qui le rend possible dans une
this,
société conformiste comme la mienne, qui me
the
comble
fact
autant.
that I can say what
Mais
is
ici,
not allowed
Je
to
ne
be
parle pas de
said.
tous les théâtres,
And of
mais de
course,
ceux
not
qui ont
all
le courage,
theatres
par
are
le
there, but
concepteur,
some
créateurs et
are
promoteurs,
daring
de
enough
se distinguer comme
and
des
courageous
hétéroclites
enough to
au cœur de leur cité.
be
Je vous remercie.
heterogeneous, offer different possibilities to their citizens.
شكرا إدريس.
What are we supposed to do?
Which language are we speaking? French.
Maybe let's talk English because the three of us maybe.
No.
No,
Yeah,
español.
no, speak Spanish. Speak
Sí.
Spanish, please.
Sí.
No, 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 no. No, vous en francés o en
Yeah.
inglés.
You can speak in
¿Qué es lo
español
que-
y-
French, English, and Spanish because we have interpreters. I can more or less talk Spanish, but so I'll stick to that. So you can speak any language, your language of choice, but do speak.
Mais peut-être je peux poser une question.
Sí.
Je peux poser une
Well,
question.
I would like to ask a question, if I'm allowed.
J'ai vu l'esthétique à partir de laquelle tu
I've
travailles.
seen the aesthetics
Et une esthétique
you are, based
de
on.
décalage, de
So it's like a gap
qui
in the
permet,
building up of images
loin de
which
la
allow
mimesis, de permettre
outside mimesis.
Comment tu peux
They give rise to something else. How can you explain your way of tackling
ton esthétique, quel est le
your
souci derrière
aesthetics?
qui en même temps a un souci
What is the main
esthétique?
concern underlying, the surface? There is both ethical and aesthetical concerns. Could you elaborate on how you build up all those,
Hay un
all that
discurso
process?
muy fuerte y controvertido
Yeah,
en
even though it
el
seems
técnico de la relación de
controversial,
forma y contenido.
the relationship between form and content has always
Yo he
been a
sufrido los
controversial
inicios de
topic
mi
in
carrera
on a
mucho
stage.
esto, ¿no? De,
So that's what I
la
suffered at the
forma es
beginning
muy
of my
potente, pero el
career.
contenido,
Form is really powerful, but
para
well,
mí
content
no
dissolves.
se
It's
pueden
not so.
dividir,
But to me, they are
pero tampoco la forma en
inseparable.
la que construyes, ¿no? Una de las cosas que yo
And the way, the
he
form
aprendido, he
you
adquirido
use
en otros
to
encuentros
construct, to
como este, es
build,
el
they are
concepto
both
de
inseparable.
ecofeminismo, por ejemplo,
Maybe
¿no?
I used
Yo
a lot the concept of
siempre había
ecofeminism.
trabajado,
I
desde
always worked
un intento de los cuidados de la vida,
with trying to
porque mi madre es
care
enfermera
for
y yo
others.
había
So that was the main angle in my life because my mother used to be a nurse. So I paid special attention to rhythm, to momentum, to time when connecting with the audience, but also during rehearsals or my everyday work. Rigor, as you mentioned, Kirk, we need rigor to be able to tell our stories, a technique. So, this non-separation, this indissolubility of both parts, this understanding that any artistic process is a living organism, is something that is alive and evolving, and this goes hand in hand with the evolution of feminism. So, this helped me understand myself, because it used to be, to me, images arise in my mind, in my head, so the choices I make from proposals that come from outside, that is the process I follow. So in any project, I hate to read theater. I hate it. So I invite friends, we open some bottles of wine at home, so I close my eyes, and they are the ones that read aloud for me. So images emerge in my mind. When new images emerge in my mind, that means that the process is okay. I also come from painting, from visual arts, so there is a concern to find a balance, as in any living organism. Form cannot prevail or override the content, and the other way around. So that is what I've learned. In any experience, there is a constant concern about the how and the what. As Antonio Muñoz Molina very rightly pointed out yesterday, nobody can speak about freedom or change and transformation if in our companies, if in our working centers, in our processes, we are not applying this way of working. So the form has to be there if we want to care for society, if we want to transform society. We need to start by transforming, changing our working centers, working areas from the very bottom. So, color, this light, this bright light needs to permeate our working spaces in deep relationship with vitality. Color and vitality go hand in hand. When I became aware about my identity through color, color is like water. It flows, it finds all cracks, and it can permeate everything. So we start with black, but even though you start with the black, it transforms, it converts, as you said. I came dressed in black, but this is my T-shirt, and I find this fascinating. Theater, what we do, the subject matter, what we do, flows like water, so it finds crevices, and of course, it finds a way in our minds to find new ways of telling about life, new dramaturgies. Wait a sec, please. I'm not rigorous. I'm sorry, because I constantly have the urge to give my own opinion, but that is the way I am, and I cannot avoid it. It's been an absolute delight, a pleasure to hear you three. Of course, I followed Marta for a long time. So in this topic about hope, those community collective processes with people that are not professional actors in Syria and in other places, that led me to think about this experience. I would like to present to here on the topic that emerges, that every now and then in our meetings, in our Trobades, I've attended. So we tend to discuss about many topics and things, but as we said yesterday, Pompidou is not visited by Afro-descendants nor immigrants, usually white, there are not even people from Menorca in our Trobades. So what could we do? Yeah. Good. Yeah, sure. I meant, yes, in Sant Lluís, I didn't see many people from Sant Lluís, from this very town. So we need to open up spaces to attract people, locals, so that they feel, they belong. Sorry, I'm mistaken. So if there are many people from Sant Lluís, I beg your pardon. But anyway, maybe we could organize one day on the main square of Sant Lluís, of the town, just to, so that, and there were Afro-descendant artists that were speaking exactly about that. There were no immigrants in the sessions. no people of migrant origin. So can we, disseminate hope on stage among the audience, members of the audience, so that we can reach, and transmit that message? We always have that in mind. So, your proposal about organizing a session in this main square, we have interpreters. Technically speaking, it's a great challenge because we are working with 4 different languages and we have to interpret everything on an outdoor space. But as Chris said, there is this need of transfer, and this is at the core of our reflections, of our thoughts, at least for us as a team. So, of course, Sant Lluís is making a great effort, but I'm sorry, but the audience is what they are. They are not willing or not, they don't feel like attending. So there are many people living on the edge, and of course, this small project, I think it has accomplished a lot, and some other things were impossible. If you allow me, beyond that, beyond what is going on today here on this specific context, we have the impression that we're afraid of inhabiting a place where there won't be enough spaces or places. So parallel to that, we have that concern about transmission, about conveying, about explaining the relevance, first of all, of taking into account those that are with us, those who we coexist with. So yesterday, we have the impression that apart from genius, for being genius, we are really good, we are very good speakers. Not at all. We need to also be listening to others. And we need to get into in schools. Yesterday, Vinebin told us what he was trying to do in Marrakesh. So our main attempt is to change the paradigm and work with audiences, not only as the receivers, but also as those that have a lot of knowledge to share. They can also become creators. So we have to establish that two-way communication, those communication channels with other stakeholders. So here we have this problem in Europe. It is certainly the case here, but it's even more serious in my country, because anybody that organizes an event, they cannot do everything at the same time. And maybe we need to divide tasks and distribute tasks so that people ask as intermediaries, as interfaces, so that risk-taking is shared, so that the people can and transfer and give voice to their ideas. But with that, we need to neglect that attitude as the one that knows and become ignorant, because all of us, carry with us an imaginary, but that requires a lot of time, effort, and we are not so used to that. So we have to bring about the special environment. We need to infiltrate in schools, and this is a long battle, a long war we need to wage. That is at the core of. This is the essence of the problem. We need to promote and foster new environments. Of course, we need to find a meeting point, but this is the only visible way of moving forward. So we need a lot of work, of efforts, and this would force us to change many, many things and to adapt. Of course, be flexible.
Sorry, I just want to add something, because I think your question is very important, but I can speak about theaters and spaces. From my observation, usually the failures is that there is no two things. There is no constant questioning of the process, because the intentions are always good or there, like to build something inclusive. Yeah, this is one thing. So we do the thing, and then we really stop to continue about this questioning. And the other thing is, I think we need to deconstruct on a deeper level on the this kind of hierarchical class thing. And two things, because I'll just give an example. Yeah, I live in Berlin now, in a neighborhood of migrants. It's called Neukölln. So historically, this is a neighborhood of Turkish, Arabic migrants, people from all over the world, you know. And there's a theater who was built to kind of build bridges with the migrants. Whenever I go to the theater, I see white middle class in the attendees, even though the repertoire of the theater is still trying to address the issues that concern the migrants or the people of this neighborhood, even though that some curators or directors and actors are people of color. And for me, the thing is because there's no comprehensive deconstruction of this barriers or obstacles, yeah? Because you need to think about education, about socio-political factors, not just about what you present in the theater, yeah? And because we have countless examples of people from migrant backgrounds or people of color who became programmers, but they become, and sorry for my maybe not politically correct, they became more white than the white, yeah? Because change cannot be imposed from above. So if you appoint a curator who's black or who's Syrian, I don't think this is enough. Yeah, I think that's why I speak about comprehensive deconstruction that include many things, not just the artistic or not just the program or repertoire.
I would like to congratulate Dries, Marta, and Mohamed for their contributions in this wonderful theater and the lessons you gave us about your work on theater. I would like to thank you on behalf of Menorca, and especially I would like to thank the organizing team for these Trobades, for this marvelous gift they prepared from the island of Menorca. So we feel really grateful, and it's been, we feel really proud to be part of this movement with this beautiful slogan, no? The places of the world. And of course, I come from Menorcan people. My surnames, both two surnames, are from Menorca. One of my great-grandmothers was called Macarena Cardona, and she was born in Sant Lluís. Thank you all, first of all, to our speakers, our three speakers, for conveying that energy of theater spaces, this double gesture, as Dries pointed out, of recalling, of recollections, and assembling those two factors that are very much present in your work. And again, thanks for attending, for contributing in this last session of the morning, the second day, around this slogan, the places of the world. And with this, we are closing the edition of 2023. This is not the end. We are finished for the moment here in Sant Lluís, but at 5, a boat will be waiting for you at Maús port, where we will be sailing to the islands of the Illa del Rey, the King's Island, for the closing ceremony by Alfonso Armada. And after that, there was a solo by dancer Israel Galvan. Before I thank our faithful audience that comes from Sant Lluís and from elsewhere, I would like to thank our interpreters that have been working with us for these 3 years: Francisco Medina, Frederic Rovira, Susana Guardiala, Cristina Maidagan, Violeta Parra, and Viviana, and our sound technician, acoustic, that provided support, audiovisual support, Santi, Rafael, and all the rest. And of course, I will say the names of all the members of our team in the evening. As I said, please be at the port before shortly before 5. Okay, the boat will be department at 5 sharp, so be there some minutes before, and we'll reconvene at the Isla del Rey at 6 o'clock. Thank you.